Please take your seats. We'll be beginning in 1 moment. Hello, everyone. Welcome. If you can please take your seats, we'll be starting in 1 minute. Thank you. Thank you everyone for being here. We will be beginning the programming shortly. We would like to welcome to the stage Dr. Dariush Mozaffarian, who will be giving our introductory remarks. Thank you, Dari.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Friedman School of Nutrition Science and Policy and the Tufts University campus here in downtown Boston. Welcome to the Food is Medicine Institute's third annual National Summit, both everyone in the room here and everyone online. My name is Dariush Mozaffarian, the director of the Food is Medicine Institute. So we're really excited about this day and tomorrow as well, for those of you who are here in person. Food is Medicine is really a movement, and it's a movement because of the people in this room and the people who are watching online as well. We have an incredible group of folks here, from individuals who had their own personal lived experience with diet-related disease and food as medicine programs, to clinicians, to healthcare leaders, to vendors who have worked for decades to provide food as medicine, to farmers who produce the food, supermarkets and retailers, exciting startups that are providing food as medicine, established supermarkets that are doing so, policy leaders and policymakers. Really, food touches everyone, and food touches all our lives, and I think that's represented here in this room. And so I'm first just going to say welcome, and now we're going to have some brief remarks from President Sunil Kumar of Tufts University, who could not be here in person.
Hello, I'm Sunil Kumar, President of Tufts University. I'm delighted to welcome you to the Tufts Food is Medicine National Summit, the nation's largest gathering dedicated to advancing the science and practice of food is medicine. At Tufts, we are extremely proud to lead this effort through our Food is Medicine Institute. Our mission with the Institute is to turn rigorous research into clinical and community solutions that improve and sustain good health. We are also dedicated to training the next generation of leaders who will carry this movement forward. This year's theme, From Evidence to Impact, challenges us to close the gap between what we know works and what is implemented in healthcare, public health, and policy. Together, we will showcase cutting-edge science, innovative models, and partnerships that are making real change. Thank you to our distinguished speakers, panelists, and attendees for your dedication, to our partners and funders for your support, and to Dari Mozaffarian and the Food is Medicine Institute for your vision and leadership. On behalf of Tufts University, welcome. I wish you an inspiring and impactful summit.
So thank you to President Sunil, who's been a big supporter, and he actually came pretty close to pronouncing my name in the original Persian, which I was impressed with. So if you're curious, it's Mozaffarian. So he did a pretty good job. So now I would like to welcome the Dean of the Friedman School of Nutrition Science and Policy to say a few remarks, Dr. Christina Economos.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you all here in person as well as online. And as Dari said, and Sunil, we are joined by so many different stakeholders from across the country and probably across the world to focus on an incredibly important initiative. So we're delighted to be hosting the third annual summit here at the school, which you know is home to the Food is Medicine Institute, which is breaking new ground in research and in implementation across the U.S. I want to thank Dari Mozaffarian and his amazing team and all of the sponsors for making this important gathering possible, specifically the Rockefeller Foundation, Kaiser Permanente, John Hancock, and the Hand Foundation. So we all know that food nourishes, it sustains, and it heals. And today we're here because all of us believe that we can transform not only our health, but all of the systems that shape our health. And we have the power to do that. At the school, we approach food and nutrition and all of the challenges associated with it using an interdisciplinary approach to produce the rigorous science that impacts policy and practice across the globe. We work in classrooms, in clinics, in communities, and of course, with individuals to make their health better. So I actually have a food as medicine study, and I know the power of farmers and providers and policymakers and community members who work hard every day to shape the community that they live in. And I think all of us are going to hear a tremendous amount of information over the next 2 days that will then diffuse back out to all the communities that we work in, we work together with partners, and that we serve. And I'm really proud to be a part of the Food as Medicine movement. So again, I want to thank everyone for being here, for your dedication, and I really want to invite you to fully share, to be open with each other, and to think courageously over the next day or two. Thank you very much.
It's always good to start with the disappointment and then have it be positive after that. So unfortunately, with the government shutdown, Director Jay Bhattacharya of the NIH could not attend today. Until yesterday at close of business, his team was hopeful and excited, and he really wanted to be here. He's very excited about the potential for nutrition and food as medicine research at NIH, but of course, with the government shutdown was unable to travel. So the disappointment is you're going to hear from me instead, to not replace what he would say. Obviously, we hope to have Dr. Bhattacharya here in the future at the school to speak, but to really to share some thoughts on where we are today with the state of food as medicine in 2025. It's pretty remarkable where we are, actually. I would say even just from 5 years ago, certainly from 10 years ago when I started very actively personally talking about food as medicine, many of you have been doing it for longer than that, we've gone from what is food as medicine to why would we do food as medicine to how should we do food as medicine. It's a pretty remarkable acceleration. And so I think as we look ahead to 5 years from now, I really think we're going to be in a place, I hope, that we are actually be implementing food as medicine, and the question will be how can we continue to make it better. So why pay attention to food? And everyone knows this, but we just have to ground ourselves in this truth, is that we are unbelievably sick in this country and indeed in many countries around the world, and the top driving force is nutrition. And so if we care about health, if we're in healthcare, nutrition has to be the top priority for healthcare systems. Not top 3, not top 5, not top 10, the top priority for health systems to address if we want to improve health in this country and around the world. 6 in 10 adults in the United States has one or more chronic disease. And if you add risk factors like high blood pressure or high cholesterol, it's actually 14 in 15 adults has a chronic disease or a chronic disease risk factor. And almost half of the adults have 2 or more diseases. And this is new. This is new in my adult lifetime. And many of these conditions, heart disease, cancer, obesity, diabetes, are very clearly linked to poor nutrition. And many others, poor gut health, neurodevelopmental disorders, cognitive decline, depression, anxiety, are also very likely related to nutrition. And the public gets this now in a way that I've never really seen before. I think it was a combination of COVID and then the Black Lives Matter movement and thinking about disparities, and then the MAHA movement. All of these things have built on each other. The public now really understands that our food system is making them sick. This is a national poll that we published earlier this year, looking at 3,000 U.S. adults. 90% of Americans agree that eating more healthy foods is important to prevent the onset of many health conditions. But interestingly, 86% also agree that eating healthy foods should be a priority for treating major health conditions. That's new. I don't think we would have seen that 5 years ago. And 81% agree that their health depends on what they eat on a regular basis. And when thinking about how this affects healthcare systems, 75% of Americans agree that the U.S. has much higher rates of diet-related diseases. 63% agreed that these are the costliest health conditions in the healthcare system, and 76% say this is one of the top priorities that we have to address health. So Americans really get this, and I think that's very powerful as we want to build this movement. At the same time, Americans are very, very confused. All of us are very confused. I'm confused about the science of what to eat healthy. It's very complicated. It's confusing. And so we've sort of devolved into diet tribes and diet wars about sort of single concept diets that might be the best or the worst for health, rather than thinking about kind of more holistically about the very complicated nature of food and health. And I think it's worth stepping back to think about how we got here, because food as medicine really is one of the bridges to the future that I think breaks this cycle we've had of oversimplifying nutrition and thinking about oversimplified targets. For too long in medicine and really among the public, we've had very oversimplified targets for addressing chronic diseases really since 1980. Get your vitamins and avoid fat and saturated fat, and you're going to have a healthy diet. How did we get here to have such simple targets where low calorie makes people think there's less weight gain? Fat-free or low saturated fat has people thinking your product is healthier. Vitamin fortified has people thinking this is good for you. And this is now being extended to protein. There's people think protein in food means food is good for you. And I have news for folks that are having their protein powders and their protein energy bars and all that. If you're not strength training in a regular dedicated program of resistance training, protein gets turned to fat, just like carb gets turned into fat if you don't need it. And you're not going to build muscle by eating more protein. So for people who are strength training, absolutely, this will help you build strength and muscle. But for most Americans who are not, this is the newest simple, oversimplified solution on the block. And again, protein gets turned to fat and increases risk of diabetes if you're not strength training. So how did we get here, and how did we have such oversimplified approach to nutrition? It's because of the way nutrition science was born. And so modern nutrition, although the ancient Egyptians and the Persians and the Greeks and the Romans and many other cultures, the Chinese, knew about herbs and food and nutrition and health, I would date the birth of modern nutrition science to 1932, less than 100 years ago, when vitamin C was first isolated and synthesized. In the 1920s, there was an epidemic of pellagra, niacin deficiency in the United States. Tens of thousands of Americans died. Estimated 100,000 Americans died during this pellagra epidemic. And Dr. Joseph Goldberger, an infectious disease epidemiologist from the U.S. Public Health Service, was sent to the South to find the bacteria that was causing pellagra. This was in the 1920s. They had no idea that vitamin deficiency diseases existed or were a thing. And when Dr. Goldberger went and he saw that there were these epidemics in orphanages, in jails, in mental institutions, he quickly noticed that the only people getting the disease were the patients, not the staff. And he said, infectious diseases don't respect somebody's, bank account, somebody's social status. And so this is not an infectious disease. And he became convinced it was due to the very limited starch-rich diets of the poor in the South. And he talked about this, and those in the South, the leaders in the South, were kind of upset that poverty could be causing such a significant disease. And so he was really ridiculed in this is the 1920s. And Dr. Goldberger threw what he called filth parties. He would take skin and scalp and saliva from patients, and he would mix them into food and eat them with his friends and family to prove that this was not an infectious disease. And they would get sick and they would vomit, but they would not get pellagra. He really did this, and people didn't believe him. And it wasn't until he died that niacin was discovered. So I really want to emphasize how recent the discovery of vitamins were and how transformative this was for the field to understand that these devastating diseases, scurvy, rickets, pellagra, beriberi that had killed and were killing millions of people around the world were due to nutrition, due to food. Nobody believed that. They were stunned. And so what happened at the same time as these discoveries in the late 1920s, 1930s, and 1940s was the Great Depression and World War II. And so President Franklin Delano Roosevelt heard about this new science and he said, wow, we have to have a population fit for war. And so before the Pearl Harbor attack, he knew war was coming and he convened the National Nutrition Conference for Defense. Amazing title, actually, the National Nutrition Conference for Defense. And he brought together the precursor to the Institute of Medicine, which became the National Academies of Medicine, and we have Victor Zhao, the president of the National Academy, speaking later. He brought together the precursor to that, put them in a room and said, please tell me what we need to do to have a healthy population. And that led to the national standards for vitamin-enriched flour. So today, all the folate and iron we see in vitamin-enriched flour comes from the 1941 conference. But more critically, they invented the RDAs, the recommended daily allowances, which is on the back of the packages that we see every day. They invented this concept that if you get the right amount of a nutrient, you will be free from disease. And that led to the first RDA-based dietary guidelines in 1950. And today, here we are, 75 years later, we essentially set our dietary guidelines the same way. We define an RDA for single nutrients, and we say if you get the right amount of these nutrients, you have a healthy diet. Now, that works very, very well for scurvy and rickets and pellagra, these diseases that are single nutrients, where the single nutrient causes or cures the disease. It doesn't work for complex chronic diseases, which we face today. The second major thing that happened, why we have the food system we have, was the population explosion after World War II. Now, during World War II, 30 million people died around the world from hunger and from famine, far more than died from soldiers and from war, far more than soldiers died from battle. And if you adjust for the world's population, that's about 100 million people today. So imagine in a few years, 100 million people dying. Imagine how people thought about food and calories and calorie access. And at the same time, scientists noticed this unbelievable explosion of population growth. And more people were born in the 20th century than in all of prior human history combined. And so people looked at this incredible slope that we were going to go from about 1.5 billion people in 1900 to 6 billion people by 2000. And just doing the math, there was not enough food on the planet. There was no way we were going to feed enough people. And this book came out in the early 60s, The Population Bomb, by the Ehrlichs at Stanford, saying that we just have to pick countries we're going to try to save and pick countries that they're just going to have hundreds of millions of deaths from famine. We can't save them. There's not enough food to go around. The math just doesn't work. Now, what they didn't account for was the Rockefeller Foundation getting an agronomist from Iowa, Norman Borlaug, and we also have Devin Patel from the Rockefeller Foundation here, to go to Mexico with support from the U.S. government to see if they could do something about this and increase yields of crops. Norman Borlaug was a plant breeder, and so he really knew about breeding plants, and so he did intensive breeding for a decade in Mexico, working with a small team to try to breed high yield crops, focusing on wheat, eventually rice and corn. He also had come from DuPont, so he knew about DDT, which he was in DuPont and had just been invented. And he said, what if we put pesticides to deal with the pests? He also knew there was a surplus of nitrogen from all the bomb factories from World War II that had all the ammonia. And so he had all this nitrogen. He said, let's try these as fertilizers. And he sort of developed intensive modern irrigation. And look at U.S. corn yields from 1950, roughly, when he started his work, to 2020 or 2000. From 1860 to 1940, U.S. corn yields were flat in terms of bushels per acre. With all the technology and all the advance of those 80 years, nothing happened because that was just the math of corn and crops. But with the Green Revolution, there was a more than tenfold increase in production of crops. And within 5 years, when Mexico instituted this, they went from a food importer to a food exporter. India was next and went from a country in famine to a food exporter in 5 years. Pakistan was next, and around the world. And so that was the next major change, is get your calories. And so those are the two big trends of the early 20th century. And then I think we really got into trouble, as if those two weren't challenging enough, with the rise of ultra-processed foods. And there's no one date when this happened because technology was sort of advancing, but I really think these were greatly accelerated by the 1980 dietary guidelines. The 1980 dietary guidelines, we had conquered vitamin deficiencies, we had conquered calorie deficiency in a very short amount of time. And so there was kind of a hubris that if we took the best science and the best technology and the private sector and government policy, we could fix chronic disease. And so that the question was, what was the nutrient? We knew the nutrient that caused scurvy. What was the nutrient that was causing heart disease? And the oversimplified answer was it's saturated fat and total fat. And so that led to the low-fat guidelines. That greatly accelerated ultra-processing because all of a sudden you had cream and milk and butter and peanut butter and all these other foods that had to be now low-fat, which meant creating emulsifiers and stabilizers and thickeners and flavorings and technical processes. Now, that was then, I think, accelerated even further by the deep pockets of the tobacco industry. RJR and Philip Morris had lots and lots of money in the 70s. They started buying up all the food companies. And so from the 1970s to the 1980s, almost every major food brand was owned by big tobacco. They've since divested. It's not true anymore. But there was one time where look at these brands owned by Philip Morris, for example. And so they took this new technology and this new science to make food as addictive as possible, just the same way they did with tobacco. They used the same exact marketing teams, the same exact brain science teams that they were used for tobacco to use for food. So these were the three big trends of the 20th century that led to where we are today. And so we really have a 20th century food system with 21st century problems, right? We've addressed vitamin deficiencies. We've addressed caloric deficiencies, amazing successes, tremendous successes. But we've created ultra-processed foods, which are making us sick. And this is now why we need a new bridge to the future. How do we fix this? Not by the solutions of the past, by single nutrient oversimplification, but by thinking about minimally processed, whole, healthy food. And so this is, I think, what we know today, the science-based priorities for healthy eating. This is where we have to go. If you've seen me speak, I show this slide in every talk because I think it's so important to center us on what is a healthy diet. There's protective foods. This is a very powerful, positive message. This is the message of food as medicine. How do we get more powerful, protective foods into people's diets? Fruits, nuts, fish, vegetables, plant oils, including seed oils, very healthy, whole grains, beans, and yogurt, minimally processed, fiber-rich, phenolic-rich. Fish have omega-3s, yogurt have live probiotics. There's foods to eat in moderation, cheese, poultry, milk, eggs, butter, unprocessed red meats. Cheese, actually probably good for diabetes. It's a fermented food, has menaquinones, has branched chain fatty acids, has medium chain saturated fats. It's probably actually modestly good for us compared to other animal foods. And unprocessed red meats, modestly worse than the other animal foods, not because of the fat or the saturated fat, but because of the pro-inflammatory compounds in red meat that lead to diabetes and colorectal cancer. And the signature pro-inflammatory compound is what makes red meat red, right? Why is red meat red? We have some RDNs here, right? What makes red meat red? Heme iron, right? So heme iron is very pro-inflammatory, very pro-oxidant, and there's lots of evidence that excess iron causes diabetes. And so unprocessed red meat, all these foods are fine in moderation, but excess can be harmful. And then the worst thing in the food supply is the starch, sugar, and salt in ultra-processed foods, all the additives, all the other compounds. And I try to speak very carefully and say starch, sugar, and salt, not fat, sugar, and salt, which is most commonly said. Most fat is healthy. Saturated fat is kind of neutral. It's not the biggest deal. So it's really starch, sugar, and salt that's the problem, not fat, sugar, and salt. And this roughly corresponds to ultra-processing, not perfectly, minimally processed, less processed foods at the top, and ultra-processed foods at the bottom. And so when people ask me, is eggs a healthy breakfast? It depends, right? Eggs is a healthy breakfast compared to a highly refined breakfast cereal with sugar at the bottom of the graph. But eggs aren't as healthy as yogurt with nuts and berries, right? It just depends. And for people that are carnivore or paleo or keto, eating tons of meats and poultry and eggs and feeling better, yeah, they're replacing all of the highly processed foods at the bottom, but they'd be even healthier if they were also adding some of the foods at the top. So it really just depends on where you are. But really the power of food as medicine, I think, is to move away from let's just fix one or two nutrients and let's really increase these protective foods. Now, how do we do this? What are the barriers to healthy eating? We have several populations where we've asked about nutrition security. And the second question in our nutrition security screener, this is a paper that's going to be coming out on October 15th, asks about the barriers to healthy eating. And the barriers here is divided by people that have neither food insecurity nor nutrition insecurity in green. They only have food insecurity in light green, only have nutrition insecurity in light blue, or they have both in gray. And so you can kind of concentrate on the 3 bars that have food or nutrition insecurity. And so you can see that among people who say that they have challenges to eating healthy food, over 90% list cost as a barrier. That's not a surprise. We know cost is a barrier. That's a big deal. That's why we have programs like SNAP and WIC and school meals to try to address some of this cost. But look at what the next barriers are. It's quite amazing and quite interesting, I think, what other barriers are for Americans. About 80% of Americans say their family traditions are a barrier, the kinds of food that they like to eat and eat. And I would say probably when they say family traditions, it's traditions from like the 50s and 60s, not traditions from like the 1800s and 1700s, which probably would have been just fine. But really our recent traditions are unhealthy. The next one is the options in the stores. The options in the stores, about 70% of Americans experiencing those barriers say. But look at the next one, taste. Taste is a barrier. The location of the store is too far away. You know, this idea of food deserts, that's there, but it's actually 5th on the list. And it's pretty similar to knowledge. Half of Americans who experience barriers don't know what healthy food is. That's very, very important to understand. If you just give people dollars and they have barriers of family traditions, taste, and knowledge, right, you're going to have trouble. Time to cook, how to cook, knowledge how to cook, qualifying for nutrition programs, transportation, and so on, including cooking equipment and physical limitations. So food as medicine is really about understanding these barriers in the individual and understanding these barriers in the community, in the state, and in the nation, and addressing the barriers in a much more precise way. Food as medicine is really a pyramid of interventions that includes, at the bottom, population-level healthy programs, thinking about how we use population-level policies, community programs to improve healthy food for all, for broad prevention, how we leverage the powerful federal nutrition programs, which are so important for not only food insecurity, but nutrition, and then produce prescriptions, medically tailored groceries, and medically tailored meals, all combined with nutrition and culinary education that has to be also thought of in a very precise way. Not everybody wants to see a one-on-one RDN. Some people may want to come into a cooking demonstration and cook. Somebody might just want text. Somebody might just want recipes. We really have to understand how to do that well. So I want to pause because we've had interesting conversations about the term food as medicine, right? What does this term mean? Are we medicalizing food? And it's important to note that we are not the Food is Only Medicine Institute, right? We're the Food is Medicine Institute. Food is many other things. Food is flavor, family, joy, culture, dignity. But food is also truly medicine. It's biologic information that affects our bodies. And food as medicine is not about medicalizing food. It's about naturalizing healthcare. And so what's going on? What's the state of food as medicine in 2025? Well, thinking about the base of the pyramid, what's going on? There's a lot of activity. Multiple states have now passed or proposed bills to address ultra-processed foods and additives. If there's no asterisks, this is just been a proposed bill. If there's an asterisk, it's been enacted. And if there's 2 asterisks, it's actually just pending the governor's signature. So bans on certain additives in foods, bans on certain additives or ultra-processed foods in schools, required warning labels for certain additives, and required reporting of self-GRAS substances in food. So incredible energy all in 2025. You know, the world is never going to be the same. The country is never going to be the same with all of these bills passing. And eventually there's going to be federal action, I think, to clarify these things. There's also incredible momentum in SNAP. States have been trying to do waivers in SNAP to try new things, including restrictions on unhealthy foods, since at least 2004, when Minnesota first tried it and was rejected. Maine has tried it and been rejected. New York tried it and was rejected. Maine actually tried twice. And in this administration, it wants the states to try to test new ways to implement SNAP. And so there are now 12 states with approved waivers starting in 2026, in just a couple of months, that will implement restrictions on purchasing soda and candy in SNAP. Importantly, all of these states directed by USDA have very, very explicit, detailed language about the evaluation they're going to have to report. They're going to have to report the evaluation of how does this work? Did it improve health? Did it improve nutrition? How did people like it? You know, what was the impact? This is a big deal. SNAP is $100 billion a year. So thinking about how to make SNAP better while respecting the recipients, and of course not cutting SNAP, is really, really important for the future. GLP-1s are also very, very central to food as medicine in 2025. About 13% of American adults have tried GLP-1s, and about 50% are thinking about trying GLP-1s. I mean, this is a wave that's not going away. But if every American who is eligible just for weight was put on a GLP-1, it would, even at full discounted prices, it would cost us $600 billion per year, or 6 times the budget of SNAP. And by the way, the entire pharmacy budget of the United States right now for all pharmacy drugs is $600 billion per year. So this is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. It's impossible for us to pay for GLP-1s for those who are indicated. It would absolutely bankrupt the healthcare system in the country. In addition, GLP-1s have side effects. They cause muscle and bone loss because of the rapid weight loss. 75% of people, by one national analysis, are not taking the drug after 1 year. They start it and they stop at 75%, and most people regain the weight, and if they regain the weight, they regain fat, not bone and muscle. We're going to have a panel on this later today. So this really opens the door to think about nutrition, lifestyle, and food as medicine. And I think it's clinically inappropriate, unethical, and economic suicide to prescribe GLP-1s without a wraparound program of nutrition and lifestyle. This has to be required. And as the Congress is thinking about, and as states are thinking about incorporating GLP-1s into Medicaid or into Medicare, I think they should mandate that GLP-1s should be given with wraparound nutrition and lifestyle, and preferably food as medicine. And importantly, if you, you can clap. And Dr. Ryan Kane from the Institute is going to be leading a panel on this later today. Importantly to note, the FDA has approved GLP-1s as a treatment for obesity as an adjunct to nutrition and lifestyle. That's actually the language of the FDA approval. Nutrition and lifestyle are not an adjunct to GLP-1s, right? GLP-1s are an adjunct to nutrition and lifestyle. This is the way they should be used. The other incredible thing that's going on in 2025, and I was excited to hear Dr. Bhattacharya speak about, is the research. The research is exploding. We're learning so much more about food and health. And this is just a few themes that I wanted to highlight. The microbiome, thermogenesis, the generation of heat by fat cells and by muscle cells, epigenetics, and the influence of nutrition on all of these things is profound. So I think we're learning now that acellular carbohydrates in ultra-processed foods, carbohydrates that have lost their natural structure and been molecularly disassembled and reassembled, are particularly harmful. And I believe, although we don't yet have the science, that acellular proteins, soy protein isolate, protein powders, and so on, are also similarly harmful in foods, because you get rapid digestion in the stomach and small intestine, which floods the bloodstream and spikes insulin and all of the downstream consequences. You'll lose prebiotics in these foods because they've lost their fiber, they've lost their other polyphenols that feed the microbiome. And you actually shunt calories away from the microbiome and to your own body, because all the calories are digested early. None of the calories get to the large gut where you can feed your microbiome. Thermogenesis is fascinating. This is the process of heat generation, which is a pretty significant proportion of our resting metabolic expenditure. Brown fat, beige fat, and skeletal muscle all do thermogenesis. Exciting experimental studies showing that phytonutrients, microbiome metabolites activate thermogenesis, which means we can burn energy at rest, right, from depending on what we eat. And then epigenetics, the passing on of the physical formation of genes, the epigenetics of genes through parents, and even to their children and even to their grandchildren is very interesting and important. And many signals are coming out for nutrients that positively affect epigenetics. And guess what? It's all the same nutrients we think about in other ways. It's polyphenols in blueberries and grapes. It's curcumin in turmeric. It's EGCG in green tea. All the same nutrients that we see are linked to good health are linked to positive epigenetics. And these things are not, I think, sort of sideshows that aren't important. I think these are fundamental to understanding health and what's going on. And I'll just, talk about thermogenesis for a minute. There's many studies that have come out, including one that we published, suggesting that over the last 20 years, Americans have continued to gain weight as a nation while our calorie intake has been flat. Our calorie intake is not going up anymore. People have gotten the message and are fighting and counting their calories, but we're still gaining weight. Why is that? This is one paper, and there's others, which I think is providing a hint. This looked at energy expenditure over 20 years among adults in the US and the United Kingdom, and it found that total energy expenditure went down over this 20 years by over 200 calories per day. That's a lot of a decline of energy expenditure, right? So if you're eating the same amount of calories, but your energy expenditure goes down 200 calories per day over this period, you will gain weight. And that's what we've seen in our populations. But importantly, activity energy expenditure has gone up. And there's many, many studies that have shown this. Activity energy expenditure has gone up in the last 20 years. Basal energy expenditure is going down. Our resting energy expenditure is going down. I believe this is due to the microbiome and due to thermogenesis. And so this is a completely different prescription for a healthy diet to improve obesity risk. It's not about counting calories. It's about giving foods that are going to activate thermogenesis and give us a positive microbiome. What else is going on? Well, at the top of the pyramid, all the prescriptions, Medicaid has amazing, amazing innovations going on now in 16 states. And also Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Florida have passed bills, or in Florida's case, considering a bill to implement food as medicine in Medicaid. So it could be up to 19 states. These waivers are incredibly important, incredibly powerful to test nutrition services in healthcare. And we have an evaluation of what's going on in Massachusetts in partnership with Community Servings and all of the large accountable care organizations. And we're seeing net cost neutrality or even cost savings for giving food as medicine through these programs. Medicare Advantage, particularly through supplemental benefits. This is the program for older Americans. About 60% of older Americans are in Medicare Advantage programs. Most of these programs are implementing supplemental benefits or other programs, as you can see by this county map. And importantly, until this year, these were just kind of generic grocery benefit cards, which would help with food security, but I'm not sure help with nutrition. But just a couple of months ago, CMS put out a new rule saying that non-healthy foods can no longer be paid for by Medicare Advantage plans. So all the plans are now defining healthy food for 2026 and a subset of healthy foods. And I think that will be very important to push forward for our seniors. Private payers, researchers, research organizations, incredible momentum in food as medicine. This is on the side of one side of the screen are members of our network of excellence, which you're going to hear about. Blue Cross Blue Shield North Carolina, CVS Health, Devoted Health, Elevance Health, Geisinger, Highmark Health, and Kaiser Permanente, doing amazing, amazing innovations in food as medicine. You're going to hear about some of this. And then on the research side, the Rockefeller Foundation and the American Heart Association are doing really remarkable work and research and trying to build the evidence base for food as medicine. Food systems, this is exciting to me too. You know, I think we've had an extractive food system for the last 50 years or so. It extracts from the earth. It extracts from farmers and their sweat and toil and losses. It extracts from our health. It extracts from our productivity. It extracts from kids being successful in learning in school. It extracts from our economy. We can actually, with food as medicine, reverse a lot of that and make food nourishing for people, but also nourishing for planet. And so how we can leverage food as medicine and these dollars. Remember, healthcare is $1 in $5 in the economy, much, much bigger than the entire agricultural system or the entire food system. How can we leverage some of these dollars to start to reward farmers and start to turn around regenerative and resilient local food systems? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. And then we have the federal government. I think this is the one theme that has continued unchanged from the Biden administration to the Trump administration. Everything else seems to have been reversed or overturned or flipped, but not food, not the focus on food and nutrition and health. This is a big focus of this administration. They're thinking carefully about all the ways to address food. They've completed the MAHA report and MAHA strategy. They have some industry agreements to phase out dyes. They've directed FDA to review this GRAS rule about additives, and they've required every medical institution, medical school, residency, and fellowship to give them reports on what they're doing in nutrition education. And then pending from the recent MAHA strategy will be the dietary guidelines for Americans out later this year. They've announced that they're going to close the GRAS loophole, which we can talk about at another time, enormously important. Creating a formal national policy definition for ultra-processed foods, releasing an updated front-to-package label, committing to whole food in school meals, not just frankenfoods that meet nutrient targets, but whole foods in school meals, a strong commitment to NIH research funding. They use the term food for health rather than food for medicine, but clearly food as medicine is a big part of their strategy in healthcare. They've committed to healthy hospital food at the VA and other hospitals around the country. They're going to require nutrition for doctors at all levels of training and explore limiting food marketing to children. This is a pretty impressive list. right? This is incredibly impressive. It's 1 year, less than 1 year into the administration. If they achieve even some of these things and do it based on the best available evidence, they could really transform the food system in a short amount of time. So many things to understand in 2025, lots and lots of questions. What are the priority populations? I've listed some of them here: diabetes, cardiovascular disease, kidney disease, complex conditions, high-risk pregnancy. I think depression and GLP-1 users are very important, and everyone in the room who's thinking about this, we should be targeting, I think, depression and GLP-1 users. How do we tailor and combine meals and groceries and produce for the right condition, for the patient's choice? Most programs are doing one. How do we think about moving between them for patients? I've talked about questions about how to deliver education. It has to be delivered, but how do we do it? How do we do it effectively? How do we train doctors? How do we make sure this is in the electronic health record? How do we make sure this is in standard clinical care pathways? How do we balance using local community vendors who know their communities, often are using food from the community, have high quality, but maybe have trouble scaling or cost more, versus national vendors who may cost less and be more scalable and be efficient, but not have that same community knowledge or level of quality? How do we think about that balance? And then finally, how do we make sure, as best we can, without overburdening healthcare, we integrate local food systems and regenerative sourcing? These are the priority actions that I think we need to push forward for food as medicine. Many of them, again, are being mentioned by this administration. I hope the dietary guidelines, for the first time in history, will say Americans should eat fewer ultra-processed foods. It's more than 50% of calories, more than 60% of calories in kids. That's a big deal to have the dietary guidelines say Americans should eat less of more than half of the foods in the food supply. The FDA really needs to eliminate the GRAS loophole. We need to be sure we have not just food security, but nutrition security in SNAP, WIC, and school meals. It's time for a major effort at NIH. I hope we can have a National Institute of Nutrition at NIH, rather than having nutrition be sort of everywhere and nowhere. It's just obvious, right? The National Institutes of Health should have an institute addressing the top cause of poor health. We need to have restrictions on food marketing to young children. This is eminently possible with the First Amendment, with the laws that we have. We can restrict food marketing to young children. Something that's not in the MAHA strategy, but I think is important, is we should have soda taxes and use those funds to support healthy food through food as medicine programs. We need to keep expanding the 1115 waivers for food as medicine, make sure we use food as medicine as a supplemental benefit in Medicare Advantage. CMMI is very interested in doing food as medicine in Medicare proper through demonstration projects. I think that's exciting. The VA, the Department of Defense, the Indian Health Services are piloting or considering this to keep expanding those. We need to have funding and support and trained individuals to expand medical nutrition therapy by registered dietitian nutritionists. That's really important. And we need to build this into the EHR. We're working on that here with Tufts, and we need to have nutrition education for doctors. So I just want to close and say I really feel like we're at a tipping point. For my whole career, I've kind of felt like the guy on pushing the rock up the hill. Many of you in the room have felt like that. We push it up, we make progress, then it kind of rolls back on us. And we make progress, and we make progress. And like Sisyphus, we never seem to get to the top of the hill, right? I think we might be getting to the top of the hill, or we might be there already. And all we have to do is, as a group, push the boulder down the hill. And we can take away the spiraling diet-related diseases, the lost human productivity, the incredible healthcare costs, wasted healthcare costs, and lead to better nutrition, wellness, longevity, and equity. So thank you so much for being here, and look forward to the rest of the conference.
And now remarks from Representative Shelley Pingree. Okay, we are going to adapt on the fly. We will now shift to panel one. If our panel one panelists can please approach the stage. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Emily Callahan, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Director of Policy Strategy for the Food as Medicine Institute. One of the goals of our policy work at the Institute is to inform and drive the development and implementation of federal policy solutions to advance food as medicine. One of the ways we do that is to translate and disseminate the Institute's research through fact sheets, webinars, briefings, and other types of convenings, and direct engagement with policymakers, including through an annual Food as Medicine Advocacy Day in Washington, D.C. And given that context, naturally, I'm excited to introduce this panel. It's titled National Policy Challenges and Opportunities in Food as Medicine. The panel will examine key barriers to expanding food as medicine programs in the wake of recent political shifts, funding changes, and regulatory developments. The panel moderator is Andrea Peterson, who is a seasoned health reporter at the Wall Street Journal in New York. Andrea writes about consumer health with a focus on nutrition and mental health. She began writing about health topics for the Wall Street Journal in 2002, when she became one of the founding reporters of the Personal Journal section. Andrea, over to you for an introduction of our excellent panelists.
Thank you. Great to be here. So the panelists are going to introduce themselves. I will. Do you want to start here?
Want me to go first?
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I'm Colin Schwartz. I'm the Senior Advocacy Advisor for Healthcare by Food at the American Heart Association. If you're not terribly familiar, we started the Healthcare by Food initiative in 2022, thanks to Rockefeller and some other partners. And we currently fund 25 studies across the country, including 12 planning grants to look at the most promising food as medicine interventions, looking at health outcomes and whether it's cost effective. Our $11 million that we are currently funding makes us actually the biggest funder of food as medicine research outside of the national government. So NIH funds about 15 to 16 million in FIM research. We fund about 11 million. Those 25 studies, I'll just quickly sum up. We'll be finishing at the end of this year, if not early next, and then we'll move on to our next tranche of the research, which are longer-term national studies. We have a number of task forces and researchers, including setting up a TA program where we work with the states who are doing FIM innovation. And so in addition to our funded research, we're also analyzing data that's coming out of the states.
Hi, I'm Q Ree. I'm a primary care doc, internist, and pediatrician, and I serve as the president and CEO of the National Association of Community Health Centers. So NAC is represents the largest primary care system in the country. But a lot of my perspective on this reverts back to my experiences as a frontline primary care doc and having a primary care team and recognizing the importance of integrating food as medicine into the work that I do and that teams have to do every day. Community health centers started in 1965. The origin story of community health centers in the Mississippi Delta, and you can actually see a reference to one of the studies that is one of the posters from Delta Health Center. It actually started with food prescriptions, the concept that Dr. Jack Geiger thought of the importance of addressing food insecurity with a prescription of food was our origin story. And at this moment, there are so many extraordinary innovations that are happening at health centers across the nation in over 17,000 sites, including 1 in 4 of those sites are in school-based sites. So elementary, middle, and high schools. And we serve now 52 million people, 1 in 7 across the nation, including 1 in 3 in rural America. So very grateful to be on this panel.
Hi, everyone. I'm Erin McDonald, and presently I'm a thought partner and consultant on a range of different topics around food as medicine. My perspective today in this group is I very recently left HHS and was the co-lead for the food as medicine effort that was housed in HHS, but was, expansive across the federal family. And I'm really proud of that work. So.
And hello, my name is Katie Garfield. I'm an attorney and I'm the director of Whole Person Care at the Center for Health Law and Policy Innovation of Harvard Law School, or CHILPI. And our work on that team really focuses on research and providing technical assistance around how do we better equip the U.S. healthcare system to both identify and effectively respond to health-related social needs. And for about the last decade now, the biggest part of our portfolio there has been on this concept of food as medicine and thinking about policies to advance food as medicine and more deeply integrate it into our healthcare system.
Thanks, everyone. So, Erin, I wanted to start with you, since from your perspective, Dr. Mozafarian touched on this a little bit in his introductory remarks, but I wanted to delve into this a little bit more deeply with you. What might be the role for food as medicine initiatives in the Make America Healthy Again agenda and movement? What's the opportunity? What are the challenges?
So Andrea caught me right before we came in today, and I think I wrote about like 5 pages of notes really quickly because she shared she was going to ask this. So there's a few things, and I do think that Dari highlighted some really important things that are exciting. So I'll start with the opportunities. I think when we understood what the framing that very early on was appreciated was going to be a part of the administration around Make America Healthy Again, like food as medicine was central to that conversation and the way that the language was named. And I think that was really important. It was exciting to hear that nutrition was going to get a big part of that conversation and not be, tucked within a broader frame, but that in and of itself, it was really important. So I think just headlining that's central, and the acknowledgement that chronic disease is a central part of how we have to consider, how we're supporting the work and connecting those two. There was a very clear, and I think a number of our federal partners have continued to do this across HHS, across VA, USDA, a number of federal departments and agencies have really looked at how to continue that work and really work to provide evidence of the bridges for the work that has long been happening across the federal government and ways that it can support the MAHA agenda that has been named. And I think there's opportunities for some of the new models that we're understanding are being developed. There's a broader framing, as we heard, around food as health. There's also broader framing around the quality of prevention. There's a framing around how we think about nutrition and using that language. So I think we're seeing some language shifts, but consistency in what we're seeing is the priority that really undergirds why those things are important and where we're going to see them housed, from CMS to HRSA to other places within the quality of the work. And that I am really excited about what we're seeing in states. I think one of the things that we've really noticed is that a lot of the states in the policies that were named and the language, that they're adapting the language of Make America Healthy Again and using that in their appreciation of the work that they can do. We're seeing an extremely wide range of what that looks like from very different geopolitical contexts, very different systems, very different levels of appetite for what that could look like across different states. But there is a growing conversation and momentum in that. And I think that that's a really exciting opportunity. Challenges. I think we all know it's a really a dynamic and evolving landscape. I do think that one of the things that's really important to be clear-eyed about is that there's a big tent around MAHA and food as medicine, and where there's a really important need to build shared cohesion and perspective around what food as medicine is, because there's a wide range of perspective on what that could include or how it's being understood and defined. And I think that's important. Funding, we know that that's a very central part of the conversation, and that the more that we're demanding of communities and states and health systems, that it's less about only removing. A lot of the language has been about removing things that may not be supportive of health, but how are we being additive to the quality of access, to the quality of healthy food, and how we're supporting that in production and in the ways that people are able to receive it. And then the last thing I'll say is just system flexibilities. I think that there's a huge need and an opportunity for really thinking about, if we're seeing more interest and demand for these changes, that supporting the ways that states and other communities, from the waivers to thinking about the way we're supporting around billing and coding and and reimbursement, that those are central in how we think about the opportunity to go forward to really support that mantle. So that was a long answer, sorry.
Thanks, Erin. That's great. Colin, in your work, what kind of reception is Food as Medicine efforts getting at the federal and state level now? And what approaches are most resonating with policymakers in Congress and the administration?
So I can definitely speak to federal, and I might leave it to others to chime in for state. To Erin's point, the Food as Medicine is consistent with the MAHA agenda. So we've had a lot of wins this year, which has been nice to see. We're in a shutdown right now. But in the fiscal year 26 appropriations bill, which would have funded this fiscal year, a bill written by Republicans, but also supported by Democrats, we had a lot of Food as Medicine wins in it. So congressional members care about Food as Medicine, or actually advancing appropriations priorities. So it was nice to see, for instance, there was funding for the post-prescription pilots at the Indian Health Service. There's funding for HHS to continue the Food as Medicine Collaborative that Erin co-led, and language supporting or encouraging establishment of centers of excellence at NIH for Food as Medicine. Office of Nutrition Research also was flat funded. If any of you are focused on ONR at NIH, that actually is a win in my book in this climate. So I think it was nice to see all those wins. In the research ecosystem, I'm curious with those of you in the room who do get money from NIH for Food as Medicine study, if you've been impacted at all, because as far as I know, you haven't, and I'm seeing some nods that you haven't. And so that's actually a pretty big deal to think about all the news that we've heard about, a lot of the Control F deleting that was going on at NIH of which studies could be funded and which studies couldn't. And all of those Food as Medicine studies are still being funded. So somehow the administration has had Food as Medicine pass the Control F test. As Erin kind of mentioned, Food as Medicine was highlighted as an accomplishment in the president's budget. The MAHA report calls it food for health, but we can take that. You have a bipartisan bill in Congress that was just recently reintroduced thanks to the Food as Medicine Coalition's leadership, the MTM bill, that's to authorize or have a demonstration pilot for MTMs in Medicare Part A. And that actually passed out of a House committee last Congress. That never happens too. So movement in Congress, even though Congress is super dysfunctional. CMS is asking for more information on billing and coding for MTMs. They did an RFI in the last physician fee schedule rule. So a lot going on there. And one more thing to add to the list, the House MAHA caucus just sent a letter to CMS asking that Medicare Advantage do more on Food as Medicine and also have more evaluation and transparency on what's going on in Medicare Advantage for Food as Medicine that a lot of the partners here worked with the MAHA caucus together on. So a lot of progress has been made. And then I know there's a lot happening at the state level. I'll just close that, of course, top of mind for a lot of us is protecting Medicaid with the passage of the big, beautiful bill, the impact that will have on states, which I'm sure people can speak to already, might be impacting Food as Medicine. State budgets are going to be crunched. We have 10 million people who are going to lose health insurance over 10 years. So what's the future of the waivers and FIM at states when you don't have a Medicaid program or a significantly weakened Medicaid program? And at the same time, in Medicare, it seems to be politically protected. So I think there's also still a lot that we can do in Medicare Advantage while Medicaid might be weakened.
Thank you. Dr. Rhee, I wanted to move it over to you from your perspective, really on the front lines and on the ground in community health centers. What are the components of an effective Food as Medicine program at the community and patient level? And what are the challenges in building such a program? And how far is the ideal from the current reality?
So what I want to highlight, over 60 years now, there's 1,512 community health centers. You could find a health center and you could see it in your community. The average community health center has 11 sites, and 1 in 4 of those sites are in school-based health centers. Like I said, elementary, middle, and high schools. So if we think of the role of a primary care doc like myself, my job is to take care of a patient in front of me in the context of their family and in the context of that entire community. And so as I reflect on my experiences in the District of Columbia, in Maryland, and as I've traveled 47 states and territories across this country and talked to health centers and heard from them, including just last week in North Philly, Esperanza Health Center. They have a community cafe, a community kitchen. We were with Secretary Kennedy at Native Health in Mesa, Arizona. For 3 hours, he witnessed and asked questions from the staff and even the patients in the exam in the waiting room, and saw a Food is Medicine program. And then with Dr. Oz too, he's visited 5 health centers already, and he's been very intrigued in the role of chronic disease prevention and treatment through community health centers. And if you look at the MAHA agenda, right juxtaposed to Food is Medicine is primary care and the role of community health centers. So as I reflect on the opportunity and the challenges we have on the front lines to integrate Food is Medicine, it's very basic to what I have to do as a primary care clinician. I have to screen, detect, treat, and refer, whether it's hypertension, diabetes, other topics. So the importance of our role is to screen food insecurity, nutrition insecurity at the front lines for not only that patient, but for the whole family, which often, and the challenges within that community, then detect, then treat and refer. And so we need interventions, and this is what I love about community health centers. We've been innovating with community gardens, community kitchens, as I saw the barriers, with cost, with 1115 waivers. We've been advocating for policy changes as well to assure, and I am concerned, as you look at HR1, you look at SNAP, WIC, and school meals, you look at the 42 million people who would be on SNAP, they very much overlap with the 52 million people that health centers serve. So we have a responsibility to express concern, but also articulate the hope that we have, because to me, the best place to deliver Food is Medicine interventions is through community health centers, through primary care, having as a member of that team, not only myself, upskilled, ideally in lifestyle medicine and Food is Medicine, but also having a member of the team who's a nutritionist, who's a dietitian. And so we've got opportunities, in my opinion, in this moment, because I do think it's a bipartisan issue, like health centers have been, to really integrate that on the front lines across the country through community health centers.
Thank you. Katie, I wanted to ask you if you could give us an update on what is happening with Medicare and Medicaid reimbursement for Food is Medicine efforts.
Absolutely. So you've heard this referred to a little bit in some of the comments already, but let's sort of take a deeper dive, sort of look under the hood in Medicaid and Medicare. So as you've already heard in Medicaid, we have seen tremendous progress around Food is Medicine over the last several years. And I want to triple underline that. We have 13 states that have approved 1115 demonstration waiver, these 5-year large experimental demonstrations providing actual coverage of Food is Medicine services, and 3 more pending before CMS, so awaiting CMS decision on whether or not to approve those. And in addition to that, we're also seeing states really explore the variety of policy pathways they have to do this. So increasingly, we're also seeing states take up opportunities in Medicaid managed care. So through the health plan systems that many states use to deliver their Medicaid services, we're seeing states use opportunities like in lieu of services to provide coverage for Food is Medicine as medically appropriate, cost-effective substitutes for more traditional care. And so we're seeing, when we examine that, about 10 states that are doing some level of sort of nutrition focus through in lieu of services. And so that's tremendous progress. And we are also seeing some continued enthusiasm at the state level. I am tremendously encouraged, for example, that we've seen those 1115 waiver proposals continue to come in. Maine, for example, recently submitted an 1115 waiver proposal with a robust Food is Medicine component. We also saw state level legislation passed this spring around Food is Medicine in states like Oklahoma and Texas. And so we're continuing to see this enthusiasm for the concept. And even more encouragingly, we're starting to see evaluation. We had evaluations of the 1115 waivers in Massachusetts and in North Carolina. And both of those found positive results. Here in Massachusetts, 23% reduction in hospitalization, 13% reduction in emergency department visits. And and I will note that the start of that evaluation was at the height of COVID. And so there is, in those first years, some less information on that really the changes in utilization. But if you look beyond that first year, beyond that height of COVID, we saw those numbers improve even more. 47% drops in hospitalization, 21% drop in emergency department use. And we were able to see that as people were on those interventions for a longer period of time, we saw cost savings. And so that's really encouraging. And we saw some similar results in North Carolina. But I also want to acknowledge that we're in this moment of a bit of uncertainty and change, which I think we've already heard referenced. So where is that coming from? First, I've seen a lot of confusion around guidance coming out of CMS earlier this spring. So I want to clear some of that up because I think that's really important to do. Back in March, for example, CMS released a rescission of the guidance that had come out in 2023 and 2024 that had laid out a really detailed framework around how states can do this, what types of interventions, for what populations, that kind of thing, really detailed. So we saw that guidance get rolled back. And I think that created a level of confusion where we saw some statements of, oh, we can't do this anymore. That is not what that guidance said. Every time I hear that message, I think of that sort of Mark Twain quote, right? When he had to write into the newspaper and say, like, the report of my death was an exaggeration. That's what we're seeing there. That is not what that guidance said. What that rescission did is it rolled back that detailed framework, but it was very clear that it left the approvals that had already happened in place. And CMS was clear that it would continue to accept new proposals on a case-by-case basis, right? So those options are still open. And in fact, other guidance still stands, including guidance that came out in 2021 at the end of the first Trump administration that talked a lot about these same pathways. So I just want to clear that up and be very clear that these authorities still stand, states can move forward, and we are seeing states continue to act with enthusiasm in this space. But also we're in this moment of uncertainty too, right? Because of federal pressures. So as Colin referenced with budget reconciliation, we are seeing some major upcoming changes in programs like Medicaid and SNAP that will put new pressure on state budgets, right? Around those programs. And those budgets are going to have far-reaching effect. And so states are going to be thinking very, very carefully on sort of how do we deal with this tightened budgetary state. And we've already seen budget conversations have an impact here. So as many of you probably know, North Carolina's program that had a great evaluation and had approval from CMS to actually get expanded statewide was left out of the state budget and so is currently paused. I know there's great work happening on the ground in North Carolina and a lot of hope to find ways to continue that work. But it gives you a sense of the way that this may run up against some budgetary conversations. And so what I want to encourage us to do over the next couple of days is think about what does that mean? How do we bridge the enthusiasm with those tensions? And that may mean things like, how do we refine these programs? How do we learn from what we've seen and talk about how can we even improve them? How can we double down on those effects to continue to really strongly make the case for their continuation and need, given the incredible impacts we've seen in the research in this moment? And then in Medicare, really briefly, I'll note, where are we now in Medicare? I always start with Medicare by saying we still have a huge gap in Medicare, right? Medicare broken into 4 parts, A, B, C, D. Original Medicare, that's about 50% of the Medicare population, right now doesn't have access to food as medicine. That's not part of the original Medicare package. Where we do see opportunity is in Medicare Part C, Medicare Advantage. So that other 50% or so can offer this as supplemental benefits or special supplemental benefits. And we've seen some real enthusiasm for that, right? meals in general supplemental benefits offered by most plans. And food and produce is really the most popular option in the special supplemental benefits for the chronically ill. But that big gap remains. And what I'm encouraged by in the Medicare population is we're starting to see some real opportunities to respond to that gap. One of them, Colin already mentioned, the reintroduction of the medically tailored home delivered meals program pilot act that would create a pilot in Medicare Part A around medically tailored meals. And then also really, I think encouragingly, we saw CMS in this past summer in a proposed rule around the physician fee schedule had this big request for information. How can CMS do better on chronic illness? And within that, they had a series of questions, including, should CMS consider creating separate coding and payment for medically tailored meals as an incident to service performed under general supervision of a billing practitioner? That's a really encouraging thing to see. What are they asking there? They're asking, should we fill that gap? And so I thought that was a really important movement forward to see that question posed. And I'm really excited to see what happens, what responses they receive. But I also think it also called upon us to do that same thing that I talked about in Medicaid, because it really had sub-questions that said, and what should this look like? How is it most effectively essentially being delivered? Like who is providing this? How are we billing and coding for it? All of those types of more detailed questions that give us the opportunity to lift up what we've learned through all this progress over the last several years and make it real in a deep, sustainable way by building it more deeply into the Medicare program.
Great analysis. Thank you so much, all of you. For the remaining time, I wanted to open up to the panel if they have other points they wanted to make or things that they wanted to react to that others have said.
One thing I want to add actually to Colin's remarks, because I know you had talked a little bit about the federal government had said you would sort of defer around the states. We talked a little bit about the states already, right? How all of this progress is happening in Medicaid. One thing I don't think we've lifted up as much that I think has really been impactful and is increasingly impactful in the states is the desire to connect the food as medicine conversation with the food system conversation. So I think in this moment, yes, all the snaps there. I think that what we're seeing is, especially in a moment where we have these pressures on states, there's an interest in how does food as medicine not just benefit those patients, but how does it benefit local economies, local growers? How do I keep dollars in state in a moment where we're in these sort of tight budgetary straits? And so I've really found that we're starting to see that really resonate at the state level is efforts to connect food as medicine to things like procurement and agriculture. And so thinking about how can we create priorities around programs that engage in sort of local procurement where possible, where feasible.
I'll just make a comment about the importance of partnership, which often catalyzes innovation. So we're talking about food as medicine. The term implies a partnership between the food industry or the food system and the healthcare system. And yes, the healthcare system is spending too much money as it is in what we're getting. And so the outcomes that we are delivering is we're hopeful that this partnership will lead to a reduction in hospitalizations, ER visits, specialty visits, overall healthcare costs. So this is an important partnership. We have to think not only at a national level, but we have to think at a local level. And this is where, I believe strongly in the idea of being local, and local is very powerful. And trust is at the speed of trust locally. So in my hope is, as we think about this work, yes, it's important to think about the healthcare system, cardiologists, endocrinologists who are managing people with heart failure and diabetes, end-stage renal disease, to be thinking about these initiatives. But I want us to go further upstream into the community where primary care, where health starts, and think about partnerships with groups like community health centers, integrating this into the primary care team and making sure we prevent those chronic diseases from ever happening or prevent those from becoming hospitalizations and heart attacks and strokes and kidney failure and amputations. And so the key part of what I've learned, and I used to work at NIH and had the opportunity to see the power of science. And I do think the system and these partners will not invest in those opportunities if we don't see some science that supports it. And that's a very key part of the healthcare system. I, as a physician, I want to know the science of effectiveness before I screen, detect, treat, and refer. It's important for me to know because I hate having a problem I can't address. It's like if you ask me to screen something, detect something, and I can't treat it, that's not useful to me. So this role of science translating to education, practice, and policy is going to be a very important foundation. This is where I'm so grateful for Dari and the leadership of Tufts in thinking about advancing the science of food as medicine.
This actually tees up nicely with something I wanted to follow up with Colin, where you mentioned that you're a large funder of many research initiatives. Can you give us a flavor of a couple of the ones that you're most excited about?
It's a good question. And again, it is, this is why we're focused, and also with Tufts, on increasing food as medicine research at NIH, because philanthropy can't do it alone, nonprofit can't do it alone. So it's the second largest funder. I'll just say in general, some of the more promising studies that we're looking at are looking at high-risk pregnancy, for instance, or heart failure with recently discharged from a hospital. There are short-term studies where you can see very clearly the effects on health and cost. It's very expensive to readmit someone into a hospital. So if you're a patient with heart failure recently discharged, you go on an MTM for 3 to 6 months or 3 months, and keeps you out of the hospital, you can show that that actually was very cost effective. So some interventions like that, but we're only at the beginning. This is the first tranche. The next tranche will begin next year with much bigger national studies.
Anyone else want to jump in on that? Or
I don't have a perspective on I think everything that AHA is doing is fabulous, but one of the things I think from a research, we talked about research and the need to really step up and partner. I think one of the things that I've continued to see a real demand signal for, and that I think a lot of the folks in this room and watching and know this well, but I'll just reinforce it. I think that as from a federal or a national perspective, if there are places where there's a framing set like Make America Healthy, but there's kind of an absence or a step back in some of the upstream frameworks like health-related social needs or some of those root cause qualities, I do think that there's a really clear opportunity for thought leadership and folks from a lot of different organizations to collectively step up and do that, and an opportunity to really lead then the federal conversation and where that goes. And I think we're seeing that in we're talking about a lot of individual states that are doing incredible work, but there's increasing regional collaboratives as states join together to do that work. There's cross-sector work that's happening. And I think that as much as there's a real need and demand around research and triangulating that to policy, there's an incredible appetite for how do you integrate this into everyday work and thinking about what does that look like in ways that are sustainable. So I think that as we talk macro, it's equally important to think about how do we make that integrated and have people feel that there's trust in how they're showing up and being able to receive those resources. So
I'll just highlight the partnerships. The issue of trust is so core, and I've been fortunate to work in the nonprofit, the public, and the private sector. And the beauty of trust and relationships when you talk about a topic like food as medicine is there's so many opportunities to partner across different sectors. You've got, and a lot of those stakeholders are watching or here in person, payers, policymakers, employers, purchasers, producers of food, So when I think of the partnerships we've had, and we need to continue to build, I'm grateful for the partnership with Abbott. and the work we're doing around food as medicine. American College of Lifestyle Medicine, we need to upskill those primary care clinicians so that they can integrate it. My 2 days of nutrition training wasn't sufficient for me to be as good, as I want to be in terms of this type of work. So we've got to think about those opportunities of upskilling folks. Payers are important, obviously Kaiser, Elevance. There are many payers that are looking at innovations, local and national payers. And I appreciate NIH and all these diverse policymakers. Secretary Kennedy was very direct with me, said, we can't make America healthy without community health centers advancing food as medicine. So there's opportunities that we have to work in a bipartisan way as well with members of Congress and members of the administration on a topic like this. But we need those partnerships in the public, the private, and the nonprofit sector to make this happen together.
I'm curious to see what you all have to say about what role food companies should be playing in all this, and in terms of any discussions or collaborations. I mean, I know that they've been taking out food dyes and making some incremental steps, but what do you really think the industry needs to be doing to step up? Want to take that? The audience?
I can start. Given historically how food companies have been engaged in food policy and nutrition policy, they have both a very helpful role to play and a difficult role. So to work with us on meeting nutrition standards and accreditation standards once those are fully developed and there's consensus around those, so that a medically tailored meal is in fact a medically tailored meal, and you don't have what we've seen in some instances, unhealthy meals that they're marketing as an MTM, or a candy bar that's basically, they're saying it's a nutrition bar, should fit within a medically tailored grocery program. But then once those are established, to work on implementation and defense, and not weakening them, which is the next part of the battle.
Look, part of partnership is two of Stephen Covey's principles: seek to understand, to be understood, and win-win. This opportunity to think. And I think part of any type of partnership, you have to seek to understand, to be understood, and vice versa. You need to think about win-win. The challenge, I would say, as a healthcare professional and thinking about the role of healthcare in preventing disease or managing disease, is I want the mission delivered so these interventions, the food industry supports me in that work. It's very mission aligned. I do believe this will be margin aligned as well if you reduce costs and prove the science that you're reducing hospitalizations and reducing overall healthcare costs and improving health outcomes. And there's great studies that are showing promising practices of this, but it hasn't been scaled. I mean, we're at a tipping point, as Dari was saying, of innovation that I'm hopeful. We have food pharmacies, we had food formularies. This is suddenly becoming part of daily practice. So you do need to seek to understand, to be understood. You need win-wins, and you need food as medicine to be profitable. And that's where we have to figure out that model in partnering with the private sector and the food industry, how mission and margin align.
I think I really just want to sort of double down on the two themes that have already been brought up, which is exactly, we just have to hold two goals in our mind at once and finding how do we balance them rightly. We have, on the one hand, of course, quality, so central. So much of the research that has come out, if we want to continue to see the impacts found in that research, we need to be delivering the same type of service, right? So we have to hold quality central. But of course, to your point, we also have to have scale. There are some parts of the country where only some of these sort of larger for-profit companies are the only ones who can reach them. And so there's an issue of, let's make sure that these interventions can reach every person so that we're not creating inequities based on inability to access, right? And so I think there is a definite way to bring both, to continue to emphasize and the incredible role that community-based organizations have played in this space, because they know these communities. They've been delivering these services for years. They have a high quality service, but also thinking about how do we fill those gaps that still exist in some places. But when we're filling those gaps, we have to make sure that we're paying attention to quality. And so I think that's why I want to double down on Colin's first point is the ways that we do that are creating sort of more systematic definitions and standards around these things. We've started to see some of that work. I know the Food is Medicine Coalition, I think, is in the room. They have an accreditation standard for nonprofit medically tailored meal programs that's very detailed. We've seen the Coding for Food effort that's creating, we don't have billing codes, right, for a lot of these interventions right now. So there's been an incredible effort by the Coding for Food project to create those billing codes. But as part of that process, you're fundamentally also creating a more consistent definition of what these interventions are. And so I think continuing to think about how do we expand that work of definitions and standards can really make sure that all services are sort of consistent in quality across the country.
The one thing Katie was making me think of, I think obviously it's a big system and they play across. If I think about it in totality, obviously there's like the top of the pyramid, there's a more direct line, I think, when we're talking about more tailored, meals and the thoughtfulness about quality, but where that food comes from. I also think that there's a huge opportunity, and we're seeing some push in the food system or a lot of the large enterprises to be responsible about what's going in the foods, right? Like the additive qualities, that's been very present. And what's the engagement versus the push, the carrot or the stick to have folks support those qualities. I do think that as folks escalator down, hopefully, versus cliff down into the community, having participated in Food is Medicine programs or those that are just in the community, that there's a huge responsibility about how those partners in the food system are providing access. I had an experience, I was in West Virginia, and I was so excited. I was talking to the community about this amazing food retailer that was doing so much work in Food is Medicine. And they said, when we go into that store, I don't see anything of that, right? So there's the scale, quality, and access. There's also this quality of just how we communicate and the responsibility of marketing and how to support that generative quality of what is healthy beyond what's on labeling and how we're communicating. But I think that there's increasing interest around a lot of those folks. But I think, again, that messaging about what do we mean? How are we building partnership that we can build across an ecosystem? And that's how the federal family has thought about Food is Medicine. Like, what's the way that's a surround sound and how people experience food, and how do partners come around in that? Because it's a shared responsibility. So.
Well, thanks so much to our panel. Great conversation.
And now remarks from Representative Shelley Pingree.
Hi, I'm Congresswoman Shelley Pingree, the representative for Maine's 1st District. Thank you so much for inviting me to this summit. I'm so sorry I couldn't be there with you in person, but I wanted to take a few minutes to talk about what makes the work you're doing so important and what I'm doing in Washington to help turn the Food is Medicine movement into real, impactful policy. First, I think it's important for all of us to acknowledge just how far this movement has come. More data, better policy, increased buy-in from health systems and insurers, more market investment, greater public awareness. These are all positive developments. And all of you have had a hand in getting us there. And it is your experience, expertise, and advocacy that is going to move the ball forward in the years ahead. But that progress won't be without its challenges. There are many things about the MAHA movement that are generally encouraging. By eliminating harmful dyes and additives, to better food labeling for ultra-processed foods, to looking at the root causes of certain diseases. These are exactly the kind of common sense, bipartisan issues where we should be able to find common ground. Unfortunately, by slashing SNAP by nearly $200 billion, or eliminating local food for school programs, illegally freezing funding to small farmers, these kinds of sweeping, indiscriminate cuts will only hinder our ability to get healthy foods to the people who need it most. I know, as all of you do, that we can do better than this, and I believe we will, but it's going to take all of us working together. farmers, doctors, businesses, nonprofits, researchers, policymakers, and community advocates alike to turn that vision into reality. I've introduced and co-sponsored several bills to make food as medicine a more urgent priority, to provide medically tailored meals to seniors, and to help the VA create its own food as medicine pilot program. I'm also continuing to push for increased funding for the produce prescription program, which I am working to include in the next Farm Bill. These are challenging times in Washington, there's no doubt about it. But the beauty of food as medicine is that it's never been a top-down movement. There are so many amazing things happening right now in communities across the country, in red states and blue states alike, whose impacts and momentum can't be stopped. Congress can deepen those impacts and accelerate that momentum, no doubt about it. And I truly hope we all have a chance to do that. But the work that you are all doing, the incredible programs and initiatives you're creating, is where real change begins, where policy meets people's lives, and where the promise of food as medicine becomes a reality for those who need it most. Thank you for all you've done and continue to do to make food as medicine such an inspiring catalyst for change. Together, I know we can keep that momentum going and build towards a future where everyone, regardless of where they live, what their income is, or what medical challenges they may face, has a chance to see what food as medicine really means. Thank you.
And now, remarks from Senator Roger Marshall.
Hi, everyone, at the Tufts University Food as Medicine 3rd Annual National Summit. I'm Senator Dr. Roger Marshall from the great state of Kansas. A big thanks to my good friend Dr. Dariush Mozaffarian, for inviting me to speak today to you all. Look, I know I'm preaching to the choir in so many ways. You know more about nutrition than I do. I want to speak a little bit broader terms today about our MAHA movement and how food as medicine fits into that particular goal of ours and Secretary Kennedy's. Again, I don't have to tell you all that we have a chronic disease epidemic in this country. 60, maybe 70% of Americans have a chronic disease. I'm especially concerned about our children, that 20% of our children are on a prescription drug, 30% of our children are obese, maybe 40% of our children have a chronic disease, an epidemic of mental health issues. And I think that there's a nutrition component to every one of those as well. You know, if I could, maybe focus on preventing chronic diseases by using food as medicine for a moment, I think it would be helpful for you all and us. I think that where does healthy food come from? Well, in my opinion, it comes from healthy soil. That healthy soil is where agriculture meets MAHA, or where agriculture meets food as medicine. So one of my big goals up here is helping creating healthy soil. You may know I'm a 5th generation farm kid, practiced obstetrics for 25 years. And nutrition, of course, so important to an obstetrician. And like many of you have seen, I just had an epidemic of diabetes of pregnancy, so I had to go back and maybe relearn a little bit of my nutrition. But thanks to great nurses, we had a lot of success as well. So I think it would be good for you to understand healthy soil and what that means. Through precision agriculture, we can grow more with less. That we're cutting back our fertilizer and our chemicals by 50 to 60%. And then we're not disturbing the soil either. And by doing that, we allow that carbon to stay in the soil, and we grow healthier soil. So no longer with precision agriculture are we plowing that soil and ruining the health of that soil. And I gotta, I'm nothing against organic farming, but they have to plow the soil every year, and that has some negative impact on the soil. And more we're going to biostimulants, biofertilizers, and less of the chemical fertilizers as well. And more trying to figure out ways to be very precise when we're applying chemicals. And by the way, when we do all these things, we decrease the drift of those chemicals and fertilizers from the field by 90%. which makes our water healthier. You know, I think kind of my theme today is get out of your silo, learn more about the other pieces of MAHA, and yours is the linchpin. Yours is the food as medicine is absolutely the key part of this. Whether a child has ADHD or has autism or depression, whatever chronic illness, autoimmune problems, there's absolutely a nutrition component to this as well. So one of my big focuses up here is how do we make healthy soil? And again, healthy soil leads to healthy food, leads to healthy people. You know, and as we go forward, as we're thinking about redoing the dietary guidelines, I hope that we're focused more than just calories. I think we need to be focused on nutrient-rich calories. And I think there's nutrients out there that we don't even know exist. And that's why I believe in working really hard on this biome of soil and restoring it more to its natural capacity. And as we have, you know, we have dairies and we have feedlots out there in Kansas, so we're taking the manure from there, we're bringing it back to those fields, we're planting a cover crop and bringing animals back in the winter months to graze that as well. So truly, you know, going back to many ways to the farm that I grew up on. You know, my kids ask me today, so Dad, when I ask my kids what a healthy diet is, and they're really into this. They'll say, well, Dad, it's the diet that you grew up on. And I think that means trying to get more of direct farming goods, local farming goods to our school lunches and to the senior citizens as well. And while I'm talking about school lunches, one of my big thrusts is to get whole milk back into schools. We, of course, have a generation of children, young adults now that didn't drink any milk because of the taste. I happen to believe, and you all can argue it back and forth, that whole milk is a very nutritious drink. No, you don't need to drink 6 gallons of it every day, but it has protein in it. It helps you absorb some of the vitamins A, D, and K, and you all know that as well. So trying to work through the Ag Committee, working with FDA, working on labels, working on getting chemicals out of the food. And again, we need you all pushing on that as well. Let's get these artificial dyes out of the foods as well. We're working on something called preemption for food guidelines as well, for what's generally recognized as safe is a huge priority for me this Congress as well, to have some standard guidelines. And I know that Dari is going to be helping us contribute to that as well. So, you know, beyond food as medicine, beyond agriculture, I just want to briefly touch on a couple other pillars that I have for MAHA. And again, I'm just hoping that you are the linchpin, that you can go beyond just food as medicine. I think another big challenge we have in America is meaningful access to affordable primary care. I challenge every one of you to go visit a community health center. Some of them call them FQHCs, federally qualified health centers. My vision is that we would bring all primary care into these. People can be seen regardless of their ability to pay. We need nutritionists come in there. We need the nutritionists to teach the nurses, and the nurses coach up the patients. What I found in my diabetic clinics is that education helped, but not nearly as much as a good coach. And there's not a better coach out there than a good nurse who knows her patients as well. And whether that patient's going into the WIC, you know, for some help, the WIC programs, we got someone in there trying to coach them up. I got my nurse coaching them up. I'm trying to do a little bit of coaching, but we know that doctors are, quote, busy. And yeah, truly, you know, we're seeing 40, 60 patients a day. We got 2 people in labor. I got a surgery, a patient in the ER. We don't get to spend as much time with them. To me, nurses are absolutely the key. I think someday soon we're going to see nurse specialists in nutrition out here. And again, I want to bring WIC into those community health centers. I want to bring the food banks into the health centers. I want cooking classes. I can't believe we have a generation, maybe 2 generations of people now that don't know how to cook nutritious food. And they just have to realize it's going to take some time to make nutritious food as well. Lastly, I'll just touch on mental health. If you haven't read the book Anxious Generation, please go read it. We have a generation of kids, the kids that grew up, went through adolescence with access to one of these, are having huge mental health problems as well. But again, at the end of the day, I feel like it all goes back to we need a healthy diet to prevent some of the problems, but we also need healthy nutrition to treat these problems as well. So thanks for what you do. Get out of your silo. Learn more about MAHA, the big picture things. You all are a huge component of it. So again, Dari, thanks for the invite. Thanks, Tufts. for your leadership. You are the gold standard when it comes to quality nutrition and trying to get rid of some of the static out there as well. So thanks, everybody. God bless, and have a great, great conference.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Denisha Charles. I'm one of the project managers at the Food is Medicine Institute. I oversee several projects, but I also have the opportunity to lead our FEMI Community Council. Some members are here today. Welcome. I'm happy to introduce our panel for today, Food is Medicine in the Era of GLP-1s. Our moderator for today is Dr. Ryan Kane, our assistant professor from FEMI. This panel will explore the multidimensional factors surrounding GLP-1 medications, including trade-offs that patients, providers, and health systems face, and how Food is Medicine programs can complement GLP-1 therapies. Dr. Ryan Kane is an assistant professor at the Food is Medicine Institute and in the Tufts University Department of Medicine's Division of General Internal Medicine. Say that fast. He is a primary care internal medicine physician with clinical expertise in weight management. His research focuses on advancing equitable obesity care by integrating Food is Medicine interventions into standard clinical practice. Dr. Kane earned a bachelor's in biology from Clemson University and received his MD from the Medical University of South Carolina. During medical school, he completed an MPH in social and behavioral sciences at the Harvard Chan School of Public Health. He pursued residency training in internal medicine at Oregon Health and Science University, where he has also served as chief resident. Thereafter, Dr. Kane was a national clinician scholar at Duke University, where he led research focused on food as medicine, obesity care, and health equity. During this time, he also collaborated with local and national public health agencies on initiatives to strengthen the integration of public health and healthcare.
Thanks so much for the kind introduction. We have a tall order on this panel today and all before lunch, and we're at a food conference. So we're going to do our best here, and I appreciate the warm introduction from Dr. Mozaffarian of the big task that we have ahead of us. Before I let the panelists introduce themselves, grateful to be here in person with so many excellent partners and online, thinking about food as medicine in very different ways, and it does take the partnership between us all to move it forward. Now, thinking about GLP-1s, we are going to explore a little bit about the foundation of what they are, how they can integrate with nutrition and lifestyle therapies, go into more of the patient and clinician real-life experience, and then think about how we can pay for this $600 billion price tag before moving forward towards tangible solutions. So without further ado, I'm going to let my esteemed panelists introduce themselves, and then we'll get into some questions.
Hi, everyone. Excited to be here today. I'm Alka Gupta. I'm an internist, and I wear a couple of different hats. One, I lead a primary care practice in DC and Maryland. We're senior focused and take care of largely a Medicare population in an underinvested area. And we are a value-based primary care practice, so we're working to get increasingly reimbursed based on quality of care and patient outcomes rather than volume. I also have the pleasure of serving on the board of directors of the American College of Lifestyle Medicine, ACLM, and we are a medical professional society, well over 10,000 healthcare professionals strong, and we work to educate and train healthcare professionals, largely in care delivery, about the benefits of lifestyle medicine and also helping with clinical implementation.
All right, I'm Sean Hashmi. I'm a nephrologist by trade. What does kidney have to do with food? Absolutely nothing. That's a joke. Biggest causes of kidney disease is obesity. hypertension and diabetes, and hence my other hat, which is I'm the regional director for Southern California for lifestyle and obesity medicine. We are one of the unique organizations across the country that melds lifestyle and obesity medicine synergistically. And nationally, I chair our interregional clinical practice group, which brings all of the regions for Kaiser Permanente together in a comprehensive strategy around, once again, lifestyle and obesity medicine.
Hi, everyone. My name is Taylor Grant Gates. I am a project manager at Baylor Scott & White Research Institute in Dallas, Texas. I work in the PACER Center, which is Patient and Community Engaged Research, and I work as our patient engagement project manager as well as our grant manager. But my perspective here today is the patient perspective.
I'm David Kim, health economist and the faculty at University of Chicago. My research focused on how we should measure and define the value of health interventions and the guiding policies about how we should allocate our limited resources as a society. Most recently, I've led the evaluations of the GLP-1s as well as the few foodies medicine interventions, value, affordability. So I'm happy to share my thought on these issues. Thanks for having, thank you.
Wonderful. So we have a lot of expertise here on this panel. And before we dive in, I would love, Dr. Hashmi, if you could just tell us a little bit about the heterogeneous field of GLP-1s. What are they? How do they work? And then how are they being used?
Yeah, so it's very interesting. About 3 years ago, I had our executive medical director talk to me about this new medications that are coming up. We were projecting to end up costing us in the billions of dollars. GLP-1s are very interesting. I have a running joke, so don't mind my jokes. They're really bad. They're all dad's jokes, so that's what my daughters say anyways. But, you know, when patients talk to me about GLP-1s, I always say, oh, you're talking about fiber. Well, fiber is nature's Ozempic. But the way GLP-1s end up working is essentially about 3 key mechanisms. The first one really is that they slow down gastric motility. Now, you can think about some of the unfortunate side effects that have happened very rarely, which is permanent stomach blockage, but they do work by slowing it down. So as a result, you have this freeway system that's getting clogged up a little bit. And that clogging gives you the first sense of fullness. The second portion of this really is what happens when they go down from there. What the data shows is same thing with metformin. We've been using metformin for decades, but one thing about metformin people don't understand is that over months of uses, it actually improves the gut microbiome. Well, it turns out GLP-1s also have a positive impact on gut microbiome. But the third one that's not talked about as much is bariatric surgery. Bariatric surgery, in addition to being a restrictive, or in the case of bypass, being a malabsorptive and restrictive procedure, also changes the gut microbiome. So that's the second component. Then we get into what they end up doing in the brain is they act on the reward centers. When you look at some of the older drugs, for example, like Wellbutrin got its claim to fame because it would help people quit smoking. Most of the time when people would quit smoking, they would end up gaining weight. Fascinatingly enough, on Wellbutrin, they would end up losing weight. It turns out the reward systems for things like alcohol, for things like sugar, for things like smoking, all have a common pathway. And so what GLP-1s end up doing is they act on the brain to reduce that reward pathway. And then the final piece, which is quite interesting, is over time, they actually change your taste receptors. So foods end up tasting either saltier or more sweeter. And depending on which one it is, it actually translates into better components of satiety. And then when it comes to finally the weight loss impact, the weight loss isn't just because you're feeling fuller. The weight loss is a number of changes that are happening. The difficult part to that is the permanency of those changes. As Dr. Mozaffarian showed in his slide earlier, the permanency isn't there. So our data is at around 12 months, about half of the people, quote unquote, fail the drugs. Whether it's because of side effects, it's because of the fact that they've stopped losing weight. But unfortunately, when we extend that data to 12 to 18 months, that number gets closer to about 2/3. So from an economic policy perspective, what we're looking for is sustainability. We're not looking for something where we invest a number of dollars, patients lose a bunch of weight, except they end up in a worse situation than they ever started with. And so not only have we lost money, we have actually made their overall health worse. Now, the beauty of it is we got all these new drugs we can keep trying, so the cycle continues. But why we're here is that the promise of food as medicine is that we have a very good foundation to our house being health to our years. And if you add that in, you create sustainability. And for us, the biggest thing is, how do we make this work sustainable?
Lots of applause. That was a really great overview. And, you know, thinking about that, Dr. Gupta, we've recently published an expert consensus for multi-societies, of which ACLM was one, thinking about the intersection of nutritional guidance and guidance for GLP-1 prescription. And so could you talk a little bit about what some of the key takeaways were for that and where you see it going?
Absolutely. Yes, it was a tremendous effort. And the goal of the advisory was to serve as a clinician's guide, real world, day to day, when you're practicing, for how one can incorporate different aspects of lifestyle medicine, including food as medicine, at the point of care. So yes, you may be prescribing a GLP-1 agonist, but what else do we need to be arming that patient with? I'm going to digress for one moment and then come back to answer the rest of your question, because when Dr. Mozaffarian was talking this morning at his keynote, it reminded me of this cartoon image, and maybe some of you have seen this before, but it's in the image, there are two people standing in a totally flooded bathroom, like standing water up to here, each holding a mop. And both are furiously mopping away this flood, sweating, putting all of their efforts into it. But when you look behind them, you see the problem. It's a large sink with both faucets completely turned on, gushing water, sloshing over the sides of the sink and adding to that standing water, despite all of those efforts, right? So in an hour, that standing water will probably be higher, not because the mop is ineffective or the mop is bad, but because the mop is simply not enough. Nobody has bothered to turn off or even turn down the faucets. And I think that using GLP-1 agonists alone are like somewhat effective mops, right? It's simply not enough, and we need to do more. In the advisory, we explored some of the known benefits of GLP-1 agonists. We know that they can contribute to weight loss. We know that they can decrease blood sugars. We often see other comorbidities improve as well. So a patient might, by being prescribed a GLP-1 agonist, maybe they're able to come off another one or two medications. Those are all nice things that can be beneficial for patients. There are also downsides. Just like all other medications, they can come with side effects, including digestive side effects. They also don't address the body compartment or body composition issue. So as a patient loses weight, in addition to losing fat, they may also be losing muscle mass, which metabolically is concerning. And then, as Dr. Hashmi pointed out, if a person has not learned the lifestyle changes to maintain those results over time, then when that medication is stopped for whatever reason, the problems often come back. So we're back where we started. So clinicians who are prescribing GLP-1 agonists need to also be able to help teach, enable patients to make those changes. And ideally, those changes are occurring before GLP-1 agonists are started, during the entire course of treatment, and after that medication is stopped. I'll tell you, as a primary care doctor, it can be very tempting to prescribe a GLP-1 agonist, and I see it all the time because it's much faster, much quicker, much easier in some ways than trying to address 50 years of cultural and social and media influences in a visit. So it needs to be both, not just one or the other.
Wonderful, yeah. And we'll come back to this in thinking about what are some sustainable strategies for this in practice. But as we should be thinking as clinicians and as researchers and as community members, this all starts with the patient. And so we should really be grounding it in the patient's perspective. Could you first start with a little bit of some success stories from patients working with nutrition strategies and therapies in conjunction with GLP-1s? Then we'll come to the clinician perspective too.
Yeah, absolutely. So I can actually pull from my personal experience. I was a part of essentially a two-part research study where the first part was a double-blind study on GLP-1 or semaglutide, as they say, or It's not as they say, it is what it is, actually. It was a double-blind study, and then part 2 of that research study was looking at food interventions. So we would have essentially prepackaged meals that were delivered, and those were our set meals for the day. When I completed part 1 of the research study, of course it was double-blind, so we didn't know at the time, but I ended up being in the placebo group. But in the placebo group, as along with the folks that were getting the actual medication, we had nutrition education. So we had classes that talked about reading nutrition labels and how to determine what is a serving. We would have different education courses on what are healthy meals, how to go grocery shopping, right? Like, it broke everything down to the basics. And I think that that's something that I think researchers and doctors alike sometimes take for granted, that of course, like, you should know as a patient that this is a healthy food item, but we can't take those things for granted, especially with different socioeconomic statuses of the patients that you're seeing. So it turns out I was in the placebo group, but because I had all of the nutrition education, I actually saw a bigger positive difference in weight loss than folks who were on the antagonist. So, yeah, thank you. Yeah. So awesome. Thank you. That was really nice. So yeah, that was, awesome to experience firsthand, and then pairing it with part 2 of the research study with the meal interventions, it just aided, further progress. So I would say that was a success story for sure. But, just want to really push the point of patient nutrition education. I think that's very important. It's a point that was mentioned earlier, that, definitely don't just give the mop without turning off the faucet. Make sure it's a holistic approach. So, yeah.
Wonderful. And Dr. Gupta, Dr. Hashmi, y'all are both experienced clinicians in this field. Any success stories from the clinician point of view in merging these 2 therapies?
And that was a really inspiring and strong story. Thank you. One of my favorite patient stories to share is one of the early patients that walked into our clinic. This was about 5 years ago, and he walked in as soon as he turned 65. He had just gotten on Medicare, and he came in saying he had no medical problems. Unfortunately, when he had his first set of blood work done, it revealed a hemoglobin A1C of 11.5, which is consistent with floridly uncontrolled type 2 diabetes. And this was a devastating diagnosis for him. I could tell in that conversation, he was not open to starting insulin. He was not open to starting 3 different medications to bringing his blood sugars down. But together we decided on a combination approach, intensive lifestyle modification right away, plus perhaps medication. And we sent him home with a Bluetooth connected glucometer to check his glucose and weight scale. So when he checked his sugar or stepped on the scale, our team was able to see it, and we were able to be a bit reassured. And he turned on a dime. He moved immediately towards a whole foods, plant forward diet. He walked an hour per day. 3 months later, his hemoglobin A1C was 6.7, and it continued to decrease thereafter. Awesome. And now this is 5 years later. His diabetes has been in remission for almost the entire time. And when you think about his story, right, not only did he decrease weight and he decreased his blood sugars and obviate the need for medications. By the way, he had self-stopped his medications within those first 3 months, and he continues off medications. Other things got better. His chronic low back pain that had been there for decades, it sounds like, had resolved. He became a much more active and productive member of society. He now leads a community walking group and shares his story widely. He's had a tremendous ripple effect that's impossible to quantify. And if you think about that from the quality of life perspective, first and foremost, the rest of his life will likely look very different than had he taken a different path. And if you look at it from a systemic perspective,
I think in the last 5 years, it's very likely that he has avoided at least one, possibly multiple hospitalizations for high blood sugar. He's sidestepped the potential of side effects or low blood sugars from diabetes or other medications, and he doesn't have to pay for medications, right? So at an individual level, it's very important, especially in the communities that we serve, and at a systemic level, very profound.
That's a great story. Mine is a little bit, I'll take a step back and give you two quick examples. The first one is, as a nephrologist, we take care of kidneys, but we deal with our cardiologists very, very quickly. We have a running joke, though, that there's only one heart, but we must be more important because there's two bad joke. I take that back, please. But one of the things that we instituted was we saw that patients who were dealing with heart failure, a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them also had issues with their weight at present. And they had all these comorbidities with it. So what we started was what we call a very intensive cardiac rehab program that uses food as one of the foundational tools. So by incorporating this concept of lifestyle medicine, we have reduced the 30-day hospitalization. So we have countless patients who are now able to spend holidays at home with their loved ones, who are able to use diuretics more effectively. Sometimes when we start to talk about things like food as medicine, people automatically assume that you are anti-medications. And it couldn't be further than the truth, because what we are is we are like carpenters. We take the best, and I would be terrible as a carpenter. They're phenomenal, but I would be very bad. But I'll use the example that we are carpenters. We use the most effective tool when it's needed. And so in this particular case, with our CHF patients, what we have found is by teaching them how to eat better, we are making diets far more effective. And so what we end up seeing is just by helping them to understand what are the high sodium foods, what are the low sodium foods, how to be able to move more effectively, we find that their ejection fractions are improving because their weight's going down. Now, we use GLP-1s all the time in that population who's dealing with weight as a disease itself. But just the combination makes a difference. The second one is, one of the novel things we created was, one of the challenges of GLP-1s right now is economies of scale. The most vulnerable populations out there can't afford it, don't have access to it, and aren't necessarily seeking that medication out. Most of my patients are coming, and there's nothing wrong with this, but most of the patients who ask us for GLP-1s haven't really tried much. And so this is their first attempt to get something they have seen on Instagram or TikTok that may be effective. But in my humble opinion, the patients who absolutely need it, who are having economic disparities, who really need our help, we're not reaching. So what we did was we reached out to all of our specialists. So in this particular case, our nephrology colleagues, where what we know in dialysis patients is that 50% mortality rate is still the case. 1 in 5 die on dialysis every single year. The treatment for end-stage renal disease in terms of dialysis, the mechanism hasn't changed in over 5 decades. We still do dialysis the same way we've always done it. And the reason this matters is a lot of our patients can't get on the transplant list because their weights are too high. Well, we found that we can help them to eat better. That improves their quality of life on dialysis because they're not getting hypotensive. We're improving their blood sugars. We're improving their weights. We're getting them on the transplant list. We took patients who had solid organ transplants, hearts, kidneys, so forth. When we take our kidney transplant patients who are going to end up becoming diabetics because they have a markedly higher risk post-transplant to become diabetics, we improve how long their kidney lasts. Just such a simple thing of combining the food as medicine work along with our medication arsenal that we have. We take our patients who, once again, are very, very sick and stage 4. Stage 4 means that you're really knocking on the door of dialysis. We can take those patients, we can stabilize their kidney functions. You're born with about 1 million kidney cells, and whether you like it or not, all we do is from the moment we're born, we're dying. What a terrible thing before lunch. No, we're all living. It's great. Everything's happy. But what we do is we know that kidneys are going to decline over time. So by using, once again, this lifestyle and obesity medicine approach, we can stabilize their GFRs. What does that translate into? I can't stress the fact that every day that you're not on dialysis is an incredible moment for people. And for us, is once again, we're not in the business of trying to add years to your life. All we're trying to do is add life to your years. And we're just at the cornerstone of really trying to be able to do that.
Thanks so much. That was fantastic. I really appreciate those really personal patient stories and then even zooming out a little bit more into the systems approach. We're going to zoom out a little bit further because we can't talk about GLP-1s without addressing the cost in the room. And now that I'm here at Tufts, I can say the elephant in the room. This is one of them. So thankfully, we have a resident cost expert here on the panel. Can you talk a little bit, Dr. Kim, about the high costs of GLP-1s? We've mentioned some of the challenges regarding adherence, medication trade-offs, and then think about where food as medicine fits into this picture.
Yeah, hopefully I'm not the only health economist in the room here. So, Ryan, you asked like really important questions that I've been deeply thought about for past 2 years, and then I break down my answers into 3 parts. 1, value propositions. 2, affordability. And then 3, what would be the role of the food as medicine in a policy space. So I like to clarify one misconception is that cost effectiveness does not necessarily mean that affordability. So the quick example is that if you're into like buying a luxury car and then you go to like a luxury car dealer shop and then they offer you a luxury car at like 50% discount. So it's like now cost $50K. I'm sure it's a pretty good value for money to get those a luxury car. It doesn't mean that you can afford. I can't even afford, right? So this is kind of a conundrum with the GLP-1. So let me start with the value proposition first. So you may ask that, does GLP-1s cost effective? And then the answer actually depends on really evolving evidence. In the very early phase of the value assessments for the GLP-1, lots of people know that it's very effective in a weight loss, but we don't know much about the health benefits beyond the weight loss, like, preventions of secondary cardiovascular disease, slowing down chronic kidney disease, now the improvement in obstructive sleep apneas, and then also improvement in the metabolic liver disease. So there are like lots of evidence keep piling up. So in the early evidence actually point out that GLP-1 is not so much cost effective at the prices of $60, $50 per month. But now, if you're adding this kind of broader benefits, and then a most recent analysis by Institute for Clinical and Economic Review says that, yeah, it does seems like the cost effective, around like the $100,000, which is a common cost effective benchmark that used in the US. So you could argue that, yeah, value is improving as more evidence piles up. So you could argue that it is cost effective. Then it gets down to second issues is that, can we afford? Right? Not all cost-effective interventions is affordable. And then when you try to measure affordability, there are 3 key components that you can think about. 1 is the size of the population. 2 is how long they actually need to receive those interventions. 3rd is obviously the price of the interventions. So combinations of the 3 affects the overall affordability or the fiscal impact. Right? The GLP-1 actually hit all 3 categories. It's a huge, humongous size of the eligible population. And then also it generally requires lifelong therapy because it kind of blocks the hormone, activate hormonal pathways. So in order to sustain all these benefits, you have to keep taking GLP-1. And then obviously price is not going anywhere down, although we soon, like next week or the next month soon, to be the negotiated prices for semaglutide as semaglutide becomes part of the IRA drug negotiation. So we'll see like how far the price will go down, but still it pays like $600 per month. You need like the rest of your life. Size of population, 40% of the US population. So these combinations of factors make these payers hesitate to cover the GLP-1. And then some payers actually put the limitations on the coverage like you only get GLP-1 for 4 months of your lifetime. Or they cap like the maximum lifetime benefits that we only provide coverage for $100,000, but that's lifetime cap. So given this intersections between cost effectiveness and then affordability. What would be the role of like food is medicine here, right? And I'm on the advisory guideline panel for the obesity treatment for World Health Organizations. And then as many of you are thinking about, we are approaching obesity care as a lifelong chronic care. And then we need a multifaceted approach. There is like the no silver bullet that GLP-1 probably once served the issues with the obesity pandemic. So that's where like food is medicines can be really or should be actually used as like the core interventions to treat the obesity epidemic. And one example that I've been keep proposing is that we acknowledge that GLP-1 is really remarkable. Still, at least at the first year, it provided lots of substantial weight loss as well as a lot of other health benefits. So we can use the GLP-1 for initiating or for those who kind of failed the behavior interventions that they can use, like start with the GLP-1. But they don't need to be on the GLP-1 forever, that we can kind of tapering down with the GLP-1, with the substituting with the food is medicines or medical nutrition therapy, medical meal replacement therapy. So once they lost lots of weight, then we can establish their healthy behavior, healthy eating behavior that can sustain their lifelong benefits. And I have a simulation study actually show that this will save a lot more money for the healthcare system. So that means that the payers actually being less pressures, right? Financially less pressure, so they're more willing to provide coverage. Then what happened is that, as Dr. Isham needed, those who need these drugs, those who need GLP-1 drug can access to this drug through the insurance coverage. What's happening right now is that because of this substantial financial pressure, like insurance doesn't hesitate to cover, including Medicare. Medicaid, only like 12 states, actually cover it. And then pharmaceutical company, what happened, they create this kind of direct-to-consumer program selling their drugs at $500 per month. You can imagine who can access GLP-1 through this direct-to-consumer program, right? The most vulnerable population who need GLP-1 need access to this drug from the health insurance coverage that they have. And then combinations of the GLP-1 and then food is medicine programs actually provided much more viable, longer-term path to financial sustainability, lower cost, and then potentially improve health equity.
That's wonderful. So I think we have a little bit of a roadmap of what we need to be thinking about and doing. We want to explore this a little bit further now. What are some, in many ways, the food is medicine movement is already out and it's happening, and we're already thinking about combining it with GLP-1s. Dr. Hashmi, you've already started thinking about in systems with you and Kaiser Permanente, how can this look? What are these promising models that we can be delivering in our healthcare systems of combining food as medicine with GLP-1s? Is it together? Is it sequential? Explore some of that.
Yeah, this is such an important topic. When we started looking at what would be the model to take care of obesity medicine, one of the things that was really important to talk about was the word obesity. As you know, it's a triggering word. It's a very big triggering word. So why would anybody use the word obesity as part of their title? And here was the reason why. It was for awareness. For the longest time, and a lot of us still do this, and I won't call any names out, but I'm guilty of it myself, which was the idea was that the patient should know better. Then why don't they just move more and eat less, and that would be the end of the problem. And the second they walked in with anything, I broke my finger. Well, it's because you have excess weight. And so this was the kind of mindset. And what we wanted to shift from that was go towards obesity as a disease, not as a failure of personal willpower. Willpower is like the worst thing you can ever talk about. I have 2 daughters. I talk about them in every chance I get, but they do wrestling and jiu-jitsu. And what I tell them is willpower never works. It's all about consistency. And so when we look at our models, how do we create a consistent model? The second piece of this was we wanted to be very strategic in talking about this term lifestyle. Because part of it was, and the order was very important to us because of the fact that everything ends and continues with lifestyle. The challenge that we had when we started to look at the food as medicine work is a couple of things. First, we look at it as a 4-tier system. And that 4-tier system is really about the community work. You've heard amazing speakers today already talk about the work that's happening. The second part was what I call primary prevention. And that was really about not the role of the physician, but what we're doing before we ever even get into the office. How are we making the entire organization talk about lifestyle and obesity medicine like it's part of it? What are we doing inside Epic? We use Epic for Health Connect, but what are we using inside our systems? How do our after visit summaries look like? How does the health education department looks like? How are we training the next generation of doctors with our KP School of Medicine to make sure they understand the role of not just nutrition, of sleep, of exercise, and how these things play? So we made sure that that primary prevention was there. The challenge right now that we're faced with is we heard about how busy our doctors are. What we want is food as a vital sign. And making that food prescription as a vital sign is sort of this pipe dream. I was asked earlier, what would you want to see in 2030? Well, I would want to see in 2000 food as a vital sign. And if we could do that, if we could make it so simple, you know, Dr. Mozaffarian's single slide of sort of eat more of this, eat less of this is very basic at its core. And if we as physicians were able to prescribe food as we prescribe an ACE inhibitor, how powerful would that be? So from that perspective, we're just trying to balance two very key terms. And it's intentional, the words we used, so that we bring light to an issue where we stop blaming the patient for everything, including the fact that it's raining today.
Wonderful. I really, for all of our panelists, Dr. Hashmi, that was really important, thinking about the weight bias and stigma patients are experiencing in real life, as well as the weight cycling we're seeing with GLP-1s. These are critical topics. I wish that I could keep you all up here all afternoon, but for the sake of us all getting to lunch, I really appreciate your expertise, your experiences, your thoughts and guidance, and look forward to continuing the conversation on to lunch.
We've been talking about food all day. It's time to enjoy some, so you all can exit right out these doors. And to your left, there is seating right in the cafe. There's also seating in room 118 and room 156 on either side of the building. Please do not bring food or drinks inside the conference room. The event will start promptly at 2:20.
and everyone, please take a seat. We're about to get started with the afternoon program. Dr. Mozaffarian, please take your seat. David Waters, please take your seat. Welcome back, everybody. Come on in. We're about to start the afternoon program. Please take a seat. All right. My name is Cecilia Gerard. I'm the Managing Director of the Food as Medicine Institute here at Tufts University. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. Always energizing to meet over lunch. And this is when I think at a university, maybe if we had a bell system, right? Saved by the bell, we'd bring everyone back in. So thank you again, everyone, for being here today. We've got an exciting afternoon planned. My name is Cecilia Gerard. I'm the Managing Director of the Food as Medicine Institute. And it's my pleasure to welcome you all here at the Friedman School of Nutrition. Whether you're tuning in online or you've joined us here in person, traveled to Boston for this event, we know that you chose to make time for these important conversations. And I'd like to take a moment to recognize the sponsors that made today possible: the Rockefeller Foundation, Kaiser Permanente, John Hancock, and the Hand Foundation. Thank you so much for your support for our third annual National Summit. Our next speaker is Devin Clattel. Devin is Vice President of Food at the Rockefeller Foundation. And for over a decade, Devin has been leading investments in healthy food systems. Many of us here today have had the pleasure of working with Devin and her team. She's here to talk to us about trends to watch and where Rockefeller is taking their work next. So, Devin, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Cecilia, and big thanks to Tufts and the entire Tufts team for convening us here once again with some of the leading change makers in the food as medicine field. I think we're all here today for one reason, and that's that we care deeply about the health of our families, our neighbors, and our communities across the country. And we care about the millions of patients who every day are struggling to access healthy foods and the nutrition that they need to live their best lives. Last year, when I took this stage, I shared that the Rockefeller Foundation has committed $100 million to advancing high-quality food as medicine interventions across the United States. With a focus on better research, implementation, communications, and policy advocacy. And I'm really proud to share that through a lot of work over the last 18 months, alongside many of you in this room, we've really seen incredible progress. We're now supporting more than 30 food as medicine studies around the country that involve over 100 researchers. We have expanded our work to provide food as medicine benefits to veterans with activities that are now spanning 5 states. Globally, we convened food as medicine leaders from every continent for this first time last month. Not Antarctica. If anyone knows anyone working on food as medicine in Antarctica, let me know. And here at home, as we heard through this morning's panels, we've really seen tremendous bipartisan interest and movement in the space, including at the state level, where we're seeing exciting new legislation that's passed in places like Texas and Oklahoma. We're seeing some really positive evaluation results right here in Massachusetts. And we even saw the National Governors Association list food as medicine as part of their prescription for a healthy America. So there's tremendous momentum happening. But we're also living in a moment of complexity. Payers, states, and healthcare providers are all navigating changing policy, regulatory, and budgetary landscapes. Families and farmers are navigating really big changes in public programs while trying to make sense of messages in the public discourse that are conflicting and confusing. And at Rockefeller, we continue to believe deeply in the power of high-quality food as medicine programs to improve health outcomes in patients with diet-related conditions. And so we're maintaining our focus. We're leaning into progress while trying to navigate the complexity along the way. As we look ahead to the next year or two of our work, we're going to continue our commitment to advancing high-quality evidence around which food as medicine interventions work best for which patients and to supporting policy advocacy. But we're also going to work on building muscle to deliver these programs at scale. And so I just want to briefly highlight a couple of areas where we've grown our food as medicine work this past year and where I think we'll continue to grow in the year ahead. The first is around communication. Earlier this year, we did a nationally representative poll, and we found that when Americans are educated about what food as medicine programs are, 4 out of 5 of them say that they should be a benefit covered by public and private insurance. That's yet another indicator to me that food as medicine is not just good policy, it's good politics. And I think that's really exciting. But the awareness out there is incredibly low. In that same survey, we found that only 13% of Americans knew what food as medicine programs were before they were offered a definition. And that's a gap that we've really got to close. We've got to harness that support and energy from those that believe in these programs, but we've also got to get the word out about what they are and how patients can enroll in them. So that's one area that we'll be looking to as we look ahead. The second is some more work on state capacity. As I mentioned, and we've heard throughout the day, states are really taking a leadership role in starting to expand these programs. And we know that through our partners, with folks like Chilpy at Harvard, through the Tufts Institute, through Healthcare by Food, states are receiving really high quality expert technical assistance on a lot of these programs. But we've also heard from states that resource constraints within state agencies and personnel constraints from a state perspective pose a challenge to their ability to implement food as medicine and design high quality programs. They need more support to design and operate those programs and to focus on an issue like food and nutrition, which tends to cut across a lot of different parts of state government and state agencies. So later this year, we're going to be announcing some additional support to try to meet this need and to help states expand and design their food as medicine programs. There's going to be more on this coming soon from us and some of our partners, so please stay tuned, especially for those state partners that are here in the room or listening online. And then finally, to have high quality food as medicine programs, we need good food from healthy farms and farmers. To build a long-lasting food as medicine market that maximizes benefits for both rural and urban communities here in the United States, we need to invest in a stronger farm-to-FIM connection that creates sustainable opportunities for producers, but also makes local and regeneratively and sustainably sourced food an easier choice for payers and health systems. And so over the past year, we've invested in 7 projects that connect small and mid-sized farmers to food as medicine markets across 11 states. And we're really excited to work with that group of partners to more deeply understand what the economic and community benefits of locally and sustainably sourced food are for food as medicine programs and how we can maximize those as we continue to grow food as medicine at scale. Now more than ever, we're committed to supporting the work that all of you are doing to grow, implement, and scale food as medicine across the country. We're committed to working alongside you to build a healthcare system that doesn't just treat food as an afterthought, but sees nutrition as a smart investment to improve health. We're committed to working together to build a future where millions of Americans can get help at the grocery store so that they don't need help in the emergency room. So thank you for all that you're doing, and we're excited to work alongside so many of you. Thank you.
And now remarks from Representative Jim McGovern.
Hi, everyone. Congressman Jim McGovern here from Massachusetts. I wish I could be with you in person today. This room is full of anti-hunger and nutrition champions and a lot of good friends, and I hate to miss it. First, let me thank my good friend Dari Musafarian. Dari's a force of nature. He's been one of the engines pushing the Food is Medicine movement forward, always with energy, always with purpose. Now, let's be honest. These are tough times. There's a lot of uncertainty out there. A lot of people anxious and frankly scared. And I feel it too. I'm outraged that President Trump signed into law a $187 billion cut to SNAP this summer. That's the biggest cut to SNAP in history. Our nation's premier anti-hunger program is under attack. That's not hyperbole, that's fact. That's not an abstract number. That's groceries ripped off kitchen tables. That's kids going to bed without dinner. That's families lining up outside food banks already stretched to the breaking point. And I've heard from food pantries all across Massachusetts, people are worried sick. And I'm worried sick. And it's not just SNAP. These cuts hit research, local food programs, the whole safety net. And let's be clear, these are not normal times. But despite all of this, and despite all of this anxiety, I urge you not to give up, not to pull the shade down and shut out the world. Fighting hunger and improving nutrition are so incredibly important. These are fights worth having, and we have to stick together. And there are bright spots. Just a few weeks ago, I reintroduced my bipartisan bill to create a Medicare pilot for medically tailored meals. And here's what that means in real life. Imagine an older neighbor who just got out of the hospital and who has a chronic health condition. Instead of worrying about how to cook or what they can afford, they get 2 healthy meals a day, delivered right to their doorstep for 12 weeks. Meals designed by dietitians matched to their medical needs. This isn't pie in the sky. We have the data. Medically tailored meals improve health, keep people out of the ER, and save billions in healthcare costs. One study found they could prevent 2.6 million hospitalizations, that's a year, and save nearly $24 billion. That's real money, and that's real lives. Last year, this bill made it further than ever before, passing out of the House Ways and Means Committee, a key checkpoint, with bipartisan support. And I'm hopeful we can get it across the finish line in this Congress. That I'm proud to work with colleagues from both parties, Republicans and Democrats in both chambers, who believe in this. We can get this done. And there's momentum elsewhere too. I recently teamed up with Vern Buchanan, a Republican from Florida, to push for more nutrition education in medical schools. Doctors should know that food is medicine, and we're starting to see the progress. Just last month, HHS and the Department of Education rolled out a new initiative to expand nutrition training for health professionals. That matters, and we're pushing for more progress. So yes, the challenges are big, but the progress is real. Don't lose sight of these little wins. And a lot of them are thanks to you, the advocates, the researchers, the on-the-ground leaders who don't ever let up. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you. We are saving lives. We are changing the conversation. And together we're building a healthier future. I look forward to seeing you all soon.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here today. My name is Neera Gorin, and I am from Google. I am going to be introducing our next keynote speaker. So it is my honor to introduce Dr. Victor Zhao. Dr. Zhao is the president of the National Academy of Medicine, where he leads the nation in addressing its most pressing health challenges. His leadership is built on a lifetime of groundbreaking discovery. His seminal work as a physician scientist led to the development of ACE inhibitors, a class of drugs that has become a cornerstone in treatment for hypertension and heart failure, impacting millions of lives worldwide. He also pioneered gene therapy for vascular disease and continues to push the frontiers of cardiac regeneration. Before his role at the National Academy, Dr. Zhao led some of our nation's most prestigious institutions, serving as Chancellor for Health Affairs at Duke University, and previously as Chairman of Medicine at both Harvard and Stanford. At the helm of the National Academy, he has spearheaded critical initiatives tackling the opioid crisis, promoting clinician well-being, and launching a grand challenge on climate change and human health. One of these critical modern challenges is ensuring access to high-quality health information online. For years, the credibility of a source has been our best proxy for the quality of its content. If you trust the source, you can likely trust the information. But how do you define a credible source at scale? This very question sparked a landmark partnership between the National Academy of Medicine and Google YouTube a few years ago. In 2021, NAM published a foundational framework that answered this question, setting a new standard for identifying credible health sources, a framework that has been pivotal for many products at Google and YouTube. But even then, the authors noted that the ultimate goal was not to evaluate just the source, but the content itself. They wrote that advances in machine learning may soon increase the feasibility of large-scale content evaluation. And today, with rapid advances in generative AI, that future has arrived. This has set the stage for our Nutrition AI project, a mission to dramatically improve the quality of generative AI-generated nutrition information and develop an approach to Gen AI for other nuanced areas of science. 2 years ago, at the launch of the Tufts Food as Medicine Institute, we announced the first phase of this work, a partnership with Dari and his team at the Institute, which resulted in the creation of a set of answers to key nutrition questions. And today, we're thrilled to announce the second phase of this partnership, a partnership with the National Academy of Medicine, who are leading an independent expert evaluation of AI responses to nutrition questions when informed by the set of answers to the questions that Dari and his team worked on. NAM's leadership of this process is crucial because it provides a rigorous, objective assessment of the work. The Nutrition AI work with Tufts and NAM pushes us to answer some of the toughest questions in the field. First, what is ground truth for high-quality nutrition information, especially when scientific consensus or evidence is lacking? Second, even without consensus, can we still provide useful, actionable information? And finally, how do we surface high-quality responses that are relevant across different cultures, geographic regions, and for individuals with unique medical needs? We believe that by tackling these questions, we can improve access to high-quality nutrition information for billions of people around the world and also form the approach to generative AI for other nuanced areas of science and medicine. To tell us more about this work, please join me in giving a warm welcome to the brilliant and impactful Dr. Zhao.
Thank you, Neera. Thank you for your very kind introduction. And the Dean Economist, she's somewhere in this audience. Thank you. And Dario, of course. Is Dario still here? There he is. Well, I have to tell you that I came to learn. I came to try to get to know the field better, and I was not disappointed. This morning was just fabulous. I mean, I've been following this area from the National Academy's point of view in my own interest as a cardiologist. But today I heard excitement, commitment, scientific advances, and that we can do public good. That's what we're all here for. So for that reason, we're so glad to be working with Google and Tufts on this new project. And so first of all, let me say the following. We get it. This is so important. And so the first few slides is just going to reiterate what you already know, but what we're now acknowledging. Then I'd like to tell you more about this project, which is very exciting because it starts with nutrition. The same methodology can be applied to any field of science where you want to get people to search for information, they can get the best and right or the best answer. So with that background, let me just begin by saying nutrition. Now, I'm in the mecca of nutrition, right? The only school of nutrition in the country, and of course led by phenomenal people. I used to be in Boston for 25 years at the Brigham Mass General because I know Tufts so well. But I think we know that nutrition is foundational or fundamental to health. Chronic disease prevention, management, and long-term public health outcomes. We also know, as you know, food insecurity and poor nutrition really is the root cause of many of our chronic diseases. And of course, addressing them will result in much better, healthier community and of course, better systems. We also know that 47 million Americans, 1 in 5 children, lack consistent access to sufficient and healthy food. And then, of course, in the study in 2023, African Americans face more food insecurity than the white population households, and Latino households also feel that way. So we absolutely know that nutrition is connected to better health or poor health outcomes. In fact, obesity, mental health, and well-being. Now, I think, as a cardiologist, I think about this burden of disease. And of course, diet-related disease is the leading cause of death and morbidity and disability in the United States. Millions of Americans die every year from diet-related disease, diabetes, cardiovascular disease. As is shown in this slide, poor diet drives 45% of cardiometabolic deaths, and 40% of adult Americans are obese. And as been said by Representative McGovern, and earlier by, I think, Katie, and also by Senator Marshall, we have to also look at not only life's loss, because that's talking to us, but to the public, to the government, economic terms. I do a lot of work on pandemics, and we realize that unless you talk about economic terms and security, people can say it's another cost of healthcare, right? So here it is, $16 trillion between 2011 and 2020, 9% GDP cost the United States. Now, of course, what you like to see is the other side, which is if we take care of this, how much cost savings will we have? That's the key about where you're going. Wanting this to be food as medicine, to be practiced, to be covered by insurance and others. But the outcome is more lives saved, more productivity, much less health cost, and therefore savings and economic development. So why does this matter so much? Good nutrition, health, equity. We all care about equity. And you already saw the data that certain populations, certainly in the lower socioeconomic groups, they're more prone to poor health because of poor nutrition. And of course, I talked about savings. So if you look at, if we have the right solutions, we can have better patient outcomes, healthy communities, and reduce healthcare costs. Okay, so we can say despite all the bad news that's happening to the scientific community, the health community, at least I think we're encouraged by the MAHA movement. Whether you agree in detail or not, I think the concept is absolutely correct. We want to make America healthy again. And the prioritization of looking at chronic disease, as listed here, are ultra-processed food, food dyes, GRAS standard, dietary guidelines, and SNAP. Lots of issues. We may not agree with how are things being done, but we do agree that these are important issues to address. So in that context, I'll say, why am I here today? And why am I here collaborating with Google and Tufts on this issue? Because almost every individual American wants to know what should they eat, what's health, what's not. But you know, the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation reports show that 70% of US adults get the information on food nutrition through the internet. Now, the bar of information internet is very low, right? And the amount of information that's inaccurate, that is misinformation, is very high. So when the media provides things with lack of evidence, it's hard to know what to believe although I would say most Americans believe in the media and internet and social media, and that's a big concern that we have, right? So social media users often accept it at face value. And of course, the problem is it's a very difficult field to begin with, right? Volumes of nutrition information, and many of the information, even I read it as contradictory, inconsistent. Well, I think part of the problem is how do you actually evaluate, interpret data, right? You all know about randomized control trial to observational studies, associated studies. So it's very difficult unless you have a lot of expertise to be able to accurately interpret the data and being able to put forward. And even at that, some of the data are, of course, not foolproof, but they're very strong. Now, what do you tell the public? That's part of the question. So I actually believe this is why we're in this project, and because Academy is about evidence-based, that we should be part of the solution. Part of the solution to be able to provide reliable information to the public so it can improve public health. Because we know the consequence of the current information environment fuel poor individual health choices, undermine nutrition science to a large extent. You guys doing great work, and you work so hard to put it forward, and yet it gets quickly debunked, debated, and pushed in a different direction, depending on who's talking what. And of course, then it makes it so difficult for policymakers to say what I believe in, right? So these are the essential issues why we strongly believe that we should be involved with this issue. So who are we? Well, many of you do know us. We're founded in 1863 as National Academy of Sciences, and since then, with 3 academies, evolved into engineering and medicine. We were first founded in 1970 as the Institute of Medicine, but now more recently National Academy of Medicine. Abraham Lincoln and Congress founded and chartered the NAS and NASEM now, and it says in their charter, the Academy shall, whenever called upon by any department of government, investigate, examine, report any subject of science. Because now it's science, engineering, medicine, and all related issues. We strongly believe in looking at social issues because social issues are the foundations of a healthy country and health equity. So in this context, we also have extended well beyond advising the government. Yes, we found to advise the government, and we get asked by Congress and agency to do studies to look at how to advance a policy, a bill, but we now look at our obligation is to all of you, people in the country. Therefore, your opinion matters, and we do a lot of things which are not asked by the government. I think the recent one you may have seen is the rescinding, EPA rescinding the greenhouse gas. We did without being asked. They were not happy, right? But that's what we do. So we have really worked hard on trust in science in many different ways. I will just mention 2 programs we're working on. One is looking at emerging science, technology, innovation, because these technologies are so amazing in AI, genome editing, and yet we don't have enough responsible science. We don't have the issue of equity. I think earlier David talked about affordability. All that stuff we need to work on. The second is we're working very hard now to create trust in health sciences in the community. So it's a reverse approach, a co-production approach by community going to the community. They don't come to academy buildings. We work with them, we bring scientists there, and we begin to say, how do we create trust and explanation? But we've been in the nutrition for a long time. I think Daryl talked about in 1941, they recommended dietary allowances by Congress. And then, of course, over time, in 1994, US and Canada co-sponsor the development of a harmonized nutrition-based dietary reference intake values that we've been responsible for since 1994. Now, this, as Dara said, goes beyond just, calories, go beyond, malnutrition or whatever, but certainly look at nutrient intake, reduce risk of chronic disease, etc. And we have published many reports of DRA reports over the years. And of course, there's a federal DRA working group of OASH, USDA, Health Canada that generates the information. We put them together on a regular basis. So more recently, we've looked at a number of areas of nutrition and food, including alcohol and health, protein and infant formula, gestational weight gain, and of course, we want to add to the evidence base for nutrition. And thank you, Chris, for being so active working with us. She's been a major contributor in many of the work that we do, as is others. So our job is to set the evidence, make the recommendation, inform the policy, but we also work with industry, as you can see, because we believe solutions can come from only one sector. Some time ago, I certainly believe that it's not just health sector, it's not just academia and health, it's actually everybody if you want to solve a problem. So technology is now developed very quickly. Generative AI, we think there's a real opportunity to make a huge difference. So we've also now, actually, interestingly, we just had, I think later on today, a webinar on the GLP-1 on this very topic. We launched this thing called Health in the Headlines in the reference to what's going on right now. We feel the public really needs a lot more information. We did measles, we did ultra-processed food, and today we're doing GLP-1, so we're on the same page. And we are very careful to think about how to be sure that we have a balanced committee. So Alex Azar and Megan Rainey, the Dean of School of Public Health at Yale, and Alex Azar, previous Executive Secretary under Trump, co-chairs this. And we have people like Cato Institute, AEI as part of the conversation, along with many others, in determining what I think the public needs to know, and that we are not attacking the current administration, we're just putting information out there. Okay, so let's talk about this issue then. How do we make sure that we address the health information? Well, you go to enough meetings, you hear enough discussions about we need to find new ways of communicating, data. Just putting out charts and bar graphs is not enough. You need to listen to the people's needs, their concern, and be able to use narrative. All that we're doing as you are doing, but we're also looking at how do we actually guide people when they look at internet, social media, what's trustworthy, what's not information. So the first project also was Google, back actually before COVID-19, it's called Based on Science. Google came to us to say, we want some way to provide the right information on the most frequently searched topics that we find. Guess what? Of the top 10 topics, 6 to 7 are on health. And it doesn't surprise you, right? So we therefore took that on initially, and the main thing we did is to look at what are they covering, what topics are they, and we got together expert groups of experts to sit around to say, what is the right information, and put that forward as the right information for the public. That did fine, but it's labor intensive. It's also, scale is not very big. You can look at one topic at a time. And of course, so many things are happening very quickly, but we continue to have this program. Then what happened is, with Google and Facebook, we thought about another way, YouTube, pardon me, using credible source information, right? So let's say that you look up something and someone says this or that. How do I know it's credible? At least one thing we can say would be, where did it come from? Did it undergo peer review? Things like that. So we therefore resulted in creating categories of sources of information, created principles of peer review, evidence, etc., and therefore being able to designate whether these sources are credible or not designate such. Turns out that to be extremely effective. WHO, Germany, and others are now using this quite extensively. But you can say to me, yeah, how do I know even that information coming from the source is reliable? So that's why content validation is important. That's what we're working on. You can go from expert opinion to credible sources, but now I think we need to look at content. When you search things, can you find the answer very quickly? How do you know it's reliable? This is where generative AI comes in, as you know. I mean, these large language models is amazing in being able to take large sets of data, right? And therefore being able to put forward information. Now, we all know not all that information is reliable. And particularly if you begin to look at any set of data, some are good, some are not so good. We all know that, right? That's why you don't want to trust AI just because we need human interface. But the idea of it able to take every single information, put it together, and then you say to machine, these are the 100 frequently asked questions in nutrition, right? What would your answer be? So at least you can see what's the most frequently answered coming forward. But how do you know it's reliable? This is where experts come in to say, let's adjudicate those answers. So that's, in fact, what we're involved with. The idea of nutrition being the first starting point, because it really needs a lot of help in the information space. It may be more difficult. I can imagine some areas are a little easier, but hey, we're up to a task, and working with Dario and working with Neera, we decided to go forward with the idea that let's curate the data, starting with, I already talked about these credible source information, the 4 principal credible sources. So, okay. So food and medicine being so important, and of course, this issue is so important, we decided we'll go forward with a pilot on this area. Okay, so goes to show I should follow my slide, but I already talked about all this stuff. Save you some time. Okay, so what we decided to do is Google Health and Tufts to begin with, develop a data set. Tufts with Google, high-quality data sets to inform Gemini, that machine learning of Google, to be able to say, if we had 100 frequently asked questions, what is the AI-generated answers, right? And our job for NAM would be to appoint independent experts to come in and to judge whether those answers are right or wrong, to adjudicate answers which are controversial, and then being able to inform the machine, Gemini, again to say, this is what the experts say. And through this kind of machine learning, you can imagine, you can get refined, really good data. So, okay. So what do we do? First, we've gone through this set of processes. One is you start with a calibration exercise. That you get a small data set, you get the experts together, and you look at responses from Gemini AI and also some human expert evaluation, and then refine the evaluation process to get ready to start looking at full data set. Then we go through 2 rounds of evaluation. First, about half of the 100 FAQs, a blind review of them, and particularly in areas of disagreement among reviewers, those were flagged for group discussion. And therefore, in trying to get the right or the best answer, we'll be able to inform Gemini what they are. You go through the second refining process of blind review. And so through discussion, panelist work, I think we will kind of get there. So you can see there's a lot of effort in terms of using machine, using evaluation, ultimately being able to say these 100 frequently asked questions, have what we believe experts agree with machine generation, being large data sets, these are the right answers. Now, I recognize that sometimes there are no right answers. And the machine can say, you know what, based on all the stuff, there's just no data, no answer. Or the committee can say, we're giving you the best answer, but we still need more data, right? So I think that's the whole idea of being able to inform the public when look at this, because we're all about guiding the improvement of underlying data sets, informing development on the right AI model. Now, so the dimensions they evaluate are accuracy. How does it align with the best available evidence? Is it consistent with medical consensus? Is it representative of different groups and subgroups? To safety, to completeness. How comprehensive is response besides accuracy? And therefore, taking into all dimension assessment. So that's the framework we're working on, and it's still work in progress. And Neera's going to be on a later panel. You can ask her all the tough questions, right? And of course, Dario is being a great partner on this. Now, why am I so excited about this? My feeling is this is starting point of a whole methodology for looking at all other fields of scientific and medical information. This being the first one. I can imagine applying to, antibiotics, applying to other areas, right? So I think AI has given us a tool which is so amazing that we must use it effectively and responsibly. And so I'm here to tell you this project, which is now in phase 2, is moving forward. We hope to tell you a lot more about what comes out of this. Oh, by the way, I do want to say a few things. Because every time you get something like this, we at Academy always get, okay, did you get the right composition? Do you have conflict of interest? And we get asked this question by Congress, by everybody, because they say, are you giving us the best, most objective advice? So we go through a major effort in making sure that people do not have financial or other conflicts. We have disclosure policies, and then the policy disclosure are reviewed and approved by the staff and the NAM Director of Programs. We want to look for independent expertise without compensation. They're not paid. They're excited getting on because they think this is a really great scientific project. I can disclose to you, we have $120,000 from Google to pay for the staff, right? And so this is just trade staff, so we don't have any secondary beneficial financial benefits. And we want to safeguard integrity. And so we say, don't use it as endorsement, right? I think it's all right when we say NAM look at credible sources, NAM has done this validation, but we don't want this to be endorsed for products. And of course, we have rigorous review. And I know that also through Tufts and Google, they have strong mechanism to look at these issues. And well, I don't need to go through these details. Surely my staff present really good slides, but as you can see, people have expertise, they're knowledgeable, they're critical review. All that panel is being formed, and I do oversee it very closely. And here's the panel experts that I won't have time to go over them, except they say they have knowledge in this area. We're going to add an AI expert to this panel. And so I want to thank Neera, and because you see the whole list, Sue Curry, who chairs this group, and my team, Lloyd DeStefano and Salman, of course, Dario for the collaboration. And I'm happy to present this to you and maybe answer a few questions. Thank you very much. Oh, look at this. It's awesome.
Thank you, Dr. Zhao. We will have plenty of time to answer questions during the reception this afternoon. We will now transition to our third panel of the day. Thank you, Dr. Zhao. All right, while they are coming up, I will introduce this next panel. I just wanted to say good afternoon, everyone. I hope that you enjoyed lunch. My name is Lexi Cole, and I'm the manager for partnerships and events at the Food is Medicine Institute. And we're getting there. I'm a registered dietitian and proud graduate of the Friedman School. I received my Master's of Science in Agriculture, Food, and the Environment and Master of Public Health in Health Services Management and Policy. So what better place to celebrate nutrition than the range from crop to clinic? In my role at the Institute, I support the National Network of Excellence and today's summit, as well as ongoing research initiatives and strategic partnerships across the Institute. I'm thrilled to introduce this next panel, Food is Medicine, the Value Proposition for Payers. This panel brings together voices from members of the Food is Medicine National Network of Excellence, leaders from integrated health systems, and patients to explore how food is medicine programs can improve patient health outcomes and experiences. This panel is moderated by Cecilia Gerard, Managing Director of the Food is Medicine Institute. Cecilia leads strategy and research translation, including the National Network of Excellence. She's a public health leader with deep experience in healthcare payment and health system transformation. Cecilia, over to you.
Thank you so much. All right. Hello again, everyone. I'm so excited to have this next conversation with our panelists. Earlier today, you heard Dari talk about how far we've come with food as medicine. We're no longer having conversations about what it is or why we need to do it. The here and now is about how we do it. And so this panel is about how do we do this in healthcare? And how do we activate our colleagues in healthcare? I'm very excited to welcome our panelists. So we have Kim Rustum, Executive Director of Strategic Planning for CVS Health. Kim oversees programs to address social drivers to health across CVS's pharmacy, retail, and insurance businesses. Ed Park, co-founder and CEO of Devoted Health and a champion for food as medicine. Pam Schwartz, the Executive Director of Community Health at Kaiser Permanente and the leader of Kaiser's new Center of Excellence for Food as Medicine. And Anne Swan, who we've invited to share her story about what it's like to get food from a healthcare provider. So Anne, we'd love to start with you. It's so important to hear about patient experiences when we talk about food as medicine. Could you share your story with us and how you got started?
Well, I can start from the very beginning. I was diagnosed as a diabetic back in 1999. I was 40 years old, still raising children. So I am from rural Appalachia in the mountains of eastern Kentucky, if you can't tell by my voice. And back then, really in our area, we were not informed about diabetes. You know, you have diabetes. Well, I knew that, but what did that mean? So a lot of that fell on me to start discovering what it is. How do you take care of yourself? And what really happened was I really wasn't doing that at all. You know, I knew I had it. I quit drinking sugared drinks like orange juice or soft drinks, things like that. But still, I wasn't doing what I needed to do. And I'm going to use the term life happens. Life happened with me. And, you know, I went from a slim, fit female to a very obese female with my diabetes because it didn't matter what I tried to do. I still had it and I wasn't managing it. Okay. So I'm almost 6 foot and I went to 279 pounds. I wish I brought that picture to show you all. And then, you know, just things happened. I started caregiving for my grandfather, and was I taking care of myself? No, I wasn't then either. And one day I walked into my doctor's office and he said, Anne, I'm going to tell you something. I promise you, if you try to lose some weight, I can take you off those 2 metformins that you're taking or those 2 injections that you're taking every day. And I kind of believed him. So I started walking and I started doing better and I started losing weight and watching what I ate. But then life happened again. My father got sick and I was constantly in the hospital with him till he passed. And that was in 2010. And then right after that, 2 months later, my son was diagnosed with multiple myeloma. And I don't know if y'all know anything about that, but that's a very deadly disease. And most of the life expectancy for that time is 5 years, which he did live 5 years. So I was dealing with all that, and weight was going up, weight was going down, weight was going up. Just wasn't happening. So anyway, Brandon passed, and I'm still thinking about it. So my facility at home is Appalachian Regional Healthcare. I call it ARH. And I found this little flyer one day, and it had the name Ashley Webb on it. And I thought, well, she's a diabetic educator. Maybe I need to see her. So I started going to see her in 2023, and that's really when my journey took off. Love Ashley. She's a great person. And she's my mentor, she's my educator, but she's also my friend. I know if I have a question about something, I can call her. So I didn't even go to my family doctor. I actually picked up the phone and called her myself and said, hey, I want to make myself an appointment. And I went there in 2023. And at that time, I had gained weight back up to 240 pounds. So we started talking monthly, meeting, recipe planning. And she introduced me to a thing. She said, Ann, would you be interested in this? And I'd never heard of it. And it was called Food for Medicine. I thought, that sounds interesting. Sure, I'll try it. Didn't even know really what I was trying. You know, she briefly introduced me to it and talked to me about it. So once I got signed up and stuff, DoorDash was partnered with ARH and Food City, which is our, believe it or not, if you've never been to Eastern Kentucky, it's about the only good grocery store there is, okay, within a, 50-mile radius, let's say. So anyway, they all partnered together. I was a part of that program. DoorDash would deliver to my house every week meals. They were healthy. It included an index card, and it told you exactly what ingredients you need to put in that to make that meal. And I did that for 12 weeks. That was probably one of the most awesome times of my life because during that 12 weeks, I was eating healthy, probably healthier than I'd ever eaten in my life. And during that time, I had also lost 13 pounds in that 12-week period. And also my A1C went from, it had dropped down to 5.6. It had dropped down to 5.5 at the end. I know that's not a lot, but for a diabetic, that's great. Thank you all so much. Yeah. And so I just continue my journey with Ashley. We have a diabetic education class through her that I attend monthly. Also attend healthy cooking classes through our extension center. So to me, my life is about every day. It's not about what I'm doing next week, next month, next year. It's about every day making the best decision that I can for my health, and that's what I do. So I am currently down from 240, and today I sit in front of you at 182. So thank you all so much. Food is medicine. It truly is.
That is such a powerful story, Ann. Thank you so much. So much support for you and your journey in this room. And so you talked about so many, you talked about Ashley, your diabetes educator. You talked about how you had this opportunity. You were introduced to food as medicine through a research pilot. That's how the opportunity came up. And I'm excited to have this conversation because we're talking with healthcare leaders who are thinking about ways to move this beyond research into practice. And so I'd love to hear from Kim, Ed, and Pam about what you're doing to bring food as medicine into your organizations. What does that look like so that other organizations, so that others in healthcare around the horn here can start thinking in the same way?
Sure, I'll start. Well, thank you for sharing that story first, Ann. I'm going to share a story, I think, similar to what I think your experience has been. So as part of our Healthy 2030 impact strategy, one of the initiatives that we've been working on is really in Atlanta. One of our health zones in Atlanta is really investing in food insecurity and also food as medicine. Part of what we learned is that in the state of Georgia, they're spending $11 billion a year just on heart disease. Also, we've seen an increase in that and deaths related to that heart disease and diabetes. So we partnered in Atlanta with local organizations, and essentially we're able to make sure that they had access to clinical services, they had medically tailored meals, and also that they had some sort of nurse navigator that was helping them with other SDOH barriers that they might be having. And when we were able to do that combination of addressing SDOH barriers, clinical integration of food as medicine, we were able to see actually similar outcomes to what you've seen, including for about 50% of the participants for A1C levels and for blood pressure levels, that actually went down for 50% of the patients. So that just shows a very promising opportunity that this can bring into the healthcare sector, and with really achieving the quadruple aim for healthcare companies. So that's one example that we have today.
And I also want to thank you for telling your story. I have the honor and the privilege, Cecilia mentioned this, to lead the Food as Medicine Center of Excellence. And last year I came here just after we'd launched it, and I told y'all that we were going to, my dad's from Tennessee, so I'm some y'all. But we told you all that we were going to launch a Food as Medicine Center of Excellence. And since then, we've been trying to take that vision to reality, informed by the AMS of the world who experienced the program, and also the Dr. Sean Hashmi, who was on a panel before lunch, who's the frontline care team, so we can make sure that we're building our muscles with the end users in mind, so that we can create something that is evidence-based, informed by best practices, but also scalable and sustainable. And at the end of the day, we're trying to transform the way we treat and prevent diet-related disease and address hunger, and in meaningful and impactful ways. And we started with pilots like what you described, but always with an eye on scalability and now on sustainability. And those are also some of our challenges, which I think we'll talk about later. And I'll also share some of the progress that we've made later as well. But it's super exciting to hear your successes. And also we are hearing those from patients and care teams from across the nation. So really the momentum is really incredible. And I have not seen this much enthusiasm for a particular topic in my 25 years at Kaiser Permanente. And it's super exciting to see all the partners in the room, and I know on the phone, and really think about, it's an all hands on deck thing to change this trajectory that we're on, that we've been hearing about all day today, in meaningful, scalable, and sustainable ways.
Awesome. First of all, thank you so much for sharing your story. Really, really moving and heartwarming. For those of you I haven't had the pleasure to meet, I'm Ed Park, co-founder and CEO of Devoted Health. The most important thing to understand about Devoted is its mission. Our mission is to improve the health and lives of American seniors by treating each and every member like they're literally family. Devoted has structure, and the structure of it is that it's a Medicare Advantage plan twinned to a medical group that is designed for holistic care of all of our members. We've been the fastest growing Medicare Advantage plan in the country for the last decade. So we're in 20 states today, and we'll be in 29 states as of January 1st. Maybe I'll just start with what we're trying to solve as a story. So a couple of years ago, I went to the home of one of our members in Florida, a dual eligible member. Her name was Martha, and she was in a wheelchair. We knocked on the door, and she wheeled up in the chair and opened the door and came in. And she's incredibly vivacious from basically from the waist on up, but her legs had been ravaged by diabetes. That's why she was in a wheelchair. She had 3 diabetic toe amputations, and she had diabetic sores all the way up and down her leg. The sores that were under the knee were actually okay, and the sores that were above the knee weren't being taken care of at all. And we asked why, and she said, well, it's because my podiatrist says that I'm only paid for basically taking care of the sores from the knee down. It's just, and there's so many things that are wrong with that. But then I'm also there and she gives me these. It was me and my brother because we co-founded the company together. These little guava pastries, and then I opens up the refrigerator, and there's almost nothing in it except for a 6-pack of full sugar Coke. And she just wants to be very, very thoughtful to us, and takes out the full sugar Coke and gives to us. I'm like, why is that in your house? There's just something very wrong about the whole picture. So one of the really important things on the plan side that we do is we offer food on the plan side of what we do. Like it's one of the benefits of being a Medicare Advantage plan. If you're a member, a lot of our dual eligibles get access to a food card, which they can use to buy food, because it's a very important piece of overall health. And then on the devoted medical side, we have a series of diabetes educators and a bunch of other folks who can help them use that food better. But I was curious about like exactly how much of a problem this was, and went back, took a look at the data, and looked at. We made up this index. I call it the soda to produce index. How much pop to soda were our members buying? And it turned out that soda was one of the number one things that we're buying with our food card. And then I looked at the correlation for the people who drank the most soda, and they had higher hospitalizations, they used more drugs, higher rates of morbid obesity, higher rates of depression, fascinatingly as well, just across the board. And I'm like, I can't afford to be giving members a food card if they're going to use it to buy stuff that is going to make things harder for me to execute as a plan that's trying to treat every member like family. And so we're super happy that for next year we're allowed to offer food cards under this program called the SSBCI, Special Supplemental Benefits for the Chronically Ill. There's another program that was sunset that was called VBID, and that you could qualify for entirely by income level, but for SSBCI, it has to be connected to food. And for us, food's a really, really important part of overall health. A lot of what we have to deal with is chronic disease. Everyone knows here, it's why everyone's here. It's more than 73% of the cost of American seniors is actually related to food. And so we're super happy to be in a place where next year you can't buy pop or candy with our food card. And from there, we just want to connect it to more programs so that we can use food as a holistic part of the offering of treating every member like family.
That's incredible. Lots of head nods in the room here. Thank you, Ed, for sharing that and for announcing some important changes for 2026 that you've learned just by talking to your members. So a big part of what we talk about is sustainability of these programs. You all are innovating. You're trying new things, and they're important tests of change. They're starting from the right place, right? We want to improve health. Sustainability, we heard earlier, this tension between, how do we pay for all of this, right? This idea that there should be potentially a cost neutral effect of food as medicine. And I'm wondering if any one of you would care to comment on how do we respond to that question or that prompt from others?
I mean, I can start because this may sound callous, but it's also fact. At the end of the day, we're a business. We work for a business that needs to exist, and also in order to do that, we have to improve health outcomes and lower the cost of care. And so we have to marry the evidence with the best practices, with the member preferences, all to come up with in this case, food as medicine strategy that can do that. And otherwise, we're not going to be able to do this work as a field. And so it's really about building the value proposition. This is stuff I know we've all worked on together of what is the value of food as medicine, not just the business case, but the value of it, which includes member satisfaction and all the other things that have to do with lower cost of care and improved health outcomes for the users. But we also need to focus on the right target populations with the right interventions at the right time with the right people. So it's sort of a Rubik's Cube, if you will, of really making sure that this all ticks and ties so that we can scale it, sustain it, and continue to weave food as medicine into the fabric of healthcare, which it is already there. when I started sitting on these panels, which was about 7 or 8 years ago, sometimes I was the lonely healthcare person, and now there's many of us. Also, we didn't have patients because we didn't really have programs. We had a few pilots here and there. We've come so far, and also we have to remember that that these are the things we have to do is build the case for why healthcare should continue to invest in this.
Yeah, I'll add to that. Just continuing to build the case around both the impacts, the health impacts and the ROI is really going to help healthcare be able to really invest and also the policy. So having policy that's not just doing the pilots that we have today, but also being able to scale that and really integrate it into the medical system or into the health system. We really need to see that integration between the health system and the food system coming together.
I'll just say, like, your question was, how can we afford it? Mine's actually much simpler. I can't afford not to at this point. Like so my business is dominated by hospitalizations for people with chronic disease that you can see coming from miles away, like miles and miles and miles away. You can see this coming. And I think that for us, it was existentially important to preserve the ability for us to be able to offer food as a benefit. But one thing that was, it's incredibly important, and one of the reasons I'm so inspired by the other folks on the panel in the room is because this is going to be a grind. Like as it turns out that there's no silver bullet answer. So there's one of the questions we have, so now that I had this soda index, this is going to be an interesting experiment. Dari asked me to run this and just keep track of this cohort of members. But we know the people who had soda last year. And so the question is, I'm going to take it away next year. And so the question is, what's going to happen to those people? I get to run a live experiment to find exactly what that looks like and what availability does, as opposed to, there are other cases where we know that availability is not enough. And you have to couple availability with some kind of counseling or behavioral change or gaming or something to get to the right answer, including education. So it all kind of has to come together. And I think that the more people who are working on this, the more people who say, hey, that didn't work, the more people who said that this does work, the better off we're going to be, because we can then all try to replicate those experiments and then learn together and try to figure out how do you actually make this work. But I think that the idea that a healthcare company is going to try to solve this with pills and surgery and ignore like the most foundational thing that is that affects the aging population is to me crazy.
Can I add something? I want to add something somewhat provocative at the end of the day, maybe, that I don't actually know that it has to be, that I don't actually, let me rethink my words here. I don't know that that a benefit is the only way. Like I think it being part of healthcare because it's impactful, because it creates health impact, because it lowers cost of care, it can be done as part of care delivery and part of just the way that we treat and prevent diet-related disease. It does not have to only rely on the word benefit. So that's just maybe provocative, but also I think,
totally agree.
Yeah, I think
totally.
Thank you for sharing that perspective. Ed, I heard you speaking about engagement, and I'd like to go there next. You know, we all talk about how best laid plans, we could design a program that's intended to work, but patients, individuals, families really have to enjoy the program, enjoy the food in order for it to work. And I was hoping you could share with us a little bit about what were the best parts of your experience and maybe what were some of the worst parts so that we could learn from you.
Okay. Like I said, I started that journey back in 2024. It was a 12-week program that was sponsored through ARH, DoorDash, and Food City, our local grocer. Anyway, so the best part, I guess, was you get to look forward to something new every week, because the recipes that they send you for week 1 is not the same as week 2, week 3, week 4, on down the line. It's always something different. So it's like a kid getting a chemistry set or something like that. You get to experiment and make exactly what's on the meal plan for that day. And it was quite fun. And the fun part about it was, you know, I like to try to eat as healthy as I can since I started this journey. But I'm attached to a husband that does not. Okay. So guess what he had to do for 12 weeks? He had to eat the same stuff. He ate it. He didn't complain. So that was rewarding in itself because that introduced him to something new that he wasn't used to. You know, his ideal of dinner to him is burgers and fries or pizza. That's probably what he's having tonight since I'm not there, actually. But anyway, it introduced him, and I had the opportunity to introduce to him something new and nutritional. And I was telling someone earlier today, I actually have a meal plan at my house of a lot of meals. So in case I get stuck or get bored, but they're all healthy. And the ideal came from that itself. You know, write these things down, have them handy, you know, have your list on the fridge that says, oh, okay, we can have this. And I live next door to a small grocery store, so it's not hard to get food that way. But anyway, that was one of the exciting things of being on that program, is just looking forward to something new, trying something new, experimenting with it. I love to cook. And then implementing some of that on my husband to get him to eat a little bit healthier. He's backslid, just let me say that. But I still do that. And then I would say probably the roughest thing with me with that would be, at the end of the week, I needed to look at my phone and I would get a text to respond to that text to get it back to her because she was collecting data in Lexington to compile with all the other people that was on that program at the time. So that was probably the worst thing for me because I don't always look at my phone when I need to, if any of this room know that about me already. Okay. But it was a great program, and I was just so thankful that I got to be a part of that.
Thank you so much, Ann. And, you know, you're talking about the core of what you're talking about is making it easy to follow along with one of these programs. And so, and that's so important to think about and have at the heart of program design. Pam, I know Kaiser's doing some work on design and being thoughtful about that. Can you share a little bit about how you've worked with colleagues to design effective programs?
Yeah, maybe I'll just, I'll start from actually the very beginning because, well, we have a long history of working on diabetes prevention, obesity prevention. You heard again, Dr. Sean Hashmi talk about our obesity prevention, obesity treatment, prevention and treatment and lifestyle medicine. But when we were starting this work, we started with food insecurity because that was, this was 7 years ago. Food as medicine wasn't a common thing at that time. And then we quickly moved to nutrition security, realizing that we needed to be thinking about healthy food. And a lot of that was informed by people like Ann. So we did a lot of human-centered design, really rolling up our sleeves. We did like what you described. We went to people's houses, looked in their refrigerators, like really co-created what these, at that time, pilots would look like. And we continue to do that. We have patient advisory councils, we have physician advisors in the room here, Dr. Allison Collins there. And we really pay attention to what the end user wants. And we think of the care teams also as the end user, so the patients, but also the care teams. And one thing that we've learned is that people want choice based on either preferences or needs. So like I cook, I don't cook, I shop, I don't shop. And so making sure that we can offer choices for what makes sense in a person's life, and then also making sure that we iterate on the program midway or along the way, so that we're not just continuing a program that could be improved over time, and as we scale it, we iterate again. And so it's really a lot of humans that are rolling up their sleeves, co-creating. When we designed the Center of Excellence, we had, gosh, I think it's now almost 500 people rolling up their sleeves with us. Members, frontline care teams, dietitians, pharmacy, like really what should this look like to make it hum? And so that's something that we've taken very seriously. And I don't think we could have done this without that. And I think we need to continue to iterate in co-creation mode with everybody.
And Ed, I know that you've done a lot of work thinking about patient motivation. Do you mind speaking a little bit to what you've learned?
Yeah, so I'll totally agree. Like, I think agency matters, frequency matters. At the end of the day, you're working with the person. And so in all of our interactions, we start by asking, what's your goal to each of the individuals? And everyone's goals are different. I want to go to my grandson's graduation, or I want to be able to walk up the stairs for Christmas, or I want to go with my girlfriends on a riverboat casino cruise, an actual one. Like that was one that folks had. And you go from there and work backwards. Like, so what do you need to achieve that goal? And in almost all cases, it's something that we can help them with somehow. But I think that agency one's really, really important. So my wife is a psychologist, and I need one every day. But she talks with me a lot about like this agency thing. Like there's so many studies on the importance of agency and the importance of choice. It's actually really important to health itself. And so whenever we interact with folks, we try to give them as much agency as possible. We try to really listen to them, because it turns out that the things that they want, at the end, basically, I want to feel normal. I want to feel healthy. I want to feel in control. And if we're able to tailor our programs to allow them to use that control in a way that betters their health, it's better for us. Here's like maybe just a quick side secret. Like, look, I grew up not in Kentucky, but I grew up in the middle of Central Ohio, cornfields. Like growing up, I got to meet John Glenn, like legendary astronaut growing up. Like just heroes all around. And I thought, someday when I grow up, I would like to be an astronaut or a scientist like my dad. You know what I never expected to be? Like, I never expected to be a health insurance executive. As like literally probably like I don't know, like 9,999th on my list of things that I would want to do. And until I realized at some point that somewhere along the way, if you don't control how healthcare is paid for, you can't actually affect the care itself. And so the reason we became a plan was not because I wanted to be a health plan. It's because I knew that if I didn't have control over the levers to decide what I wanted to pay for, I couldn't run all the natural experiments that I wanted to run to help take holistic care of folks. And so that's why we're doing it. That's why we're like inventing so much. I agree, it's not just benefits, it's benefits. Plus, I hope new CPT codes come out. Plus, I hope there are new ways that allow groups under global risk to provide different kinds of benefits. But it's going to require a lot of iteration, experimentation, and work. And we became a plan to have the freedom to allow us to do that on the terms that our members want.
There's another round of applause. Kim, you spoke a little bit about the health zones, and that model of care, it's operational. It's operating in 8 cities currently, and so CVS is really pairing up clinics with a food partner in those cities and trying to address this chronic disease, high rate of chronic disease in low-income neighborhoods. Can you talk a little bit about some of the findings, how CVS is taking some of those learnings and thinking differently about community health?
Yeah. So I mentioned some of the findings before, where we did find that of the patients that were part of the pilot, 50% of them, we did see improvements in A1C if there were patients with diabetes, and then improvements in blood pressure if they were patients with hypertension. And what we're trying to do is really take learnings from that and see how does that translate into our actual business models, and what can we do to build that and implement that in different areas. So in addition to the learnings that are happening through those kind of more corporate or foundation funding, how can we leverage ILOS and 1115 waivers and also SSBCI and take the learnings from there and implement it in the business and scale it, essentially.
Fantastic. So you're all showing that it's possible, right? It's happening right now in healthcare. What advice do you have for organizations that are looking to take that first step? What perceived blockers exist, and how might we encourage other healthcare organizations, whether they're payers or integrated delivery systems or even community clinics, if there's just one piece of advice you can give about what it would take to actually move forward with a program?
One piece of advice. I have like 5 that I wrote down. Do you want to start?
And I can give a very practical plug, is that, and those of you who are here tomorrow will hear more about it, but we're trying to create together with Tufts a practical, pragmatic playbook on how to implement food as medicine within healthcare. So if you're a large health system like what I'm from, or if you're a community clinic, like there was an earlier presentation about community clinics and food as medicine in a FQHC setting. So the what is it, what interventions are the most effective, and then how to actually implement it within care delivery is something that we're working on and should have an initial something by the end of the year. So stay tuned for more on that. But to answer your question, like we're working on it is the question. And I think I would maybe related to that, I would say, like, don't start from scratch. There's a lot of momentum. There's a lot of best practices. There's a lot of evidence. And so don't start from scratch. And then, like, do it. Just do it.
Yeah. I think also the other thing we're exploring too is doing more clinical training, so making sure that our non-clinical and clinical staff are trained in our provider networks as well. So how can we also build awareness and demand that way, in addition to having the playbooks that we need to make sure that we're using the right use cases and we'll get the results that we're looking for? How are we also training and creating awareness across our enterprise to be able to do that too?
I think I agree with those. I think maybe the principal thing that I found, and it was a little bit of a surprise to me, honestly, over the last 2 or 3 years, is the extent to which, if all you do is articulate to your organization that this is important, that everybody already knows it's important. And they just want to have the freedom to behave as if it's important. This is one of the few places where there's actually bipartisan support. Like it's an amazing place to be. Like, so Senator Frist, who's about to speak, is on our board. So is Kathleen Sebelius, Democratic, governor of Kansas, who was the head of HHS. Like, everybody is on this page. Everybody knows that there's something wrong about the way that we eat in this country. Everybody knows that there's an issue here. And so, I'll tell you just super candidly, why did I allow, I knew that soda and candy, like I know it's not good, right? We all know it's not good. Why did I allow that to be a benefit this year? The reason I allowed it candidly is because I was scared. I was scared that if we were the only plan out there that said, you're not allowed to have soda or candy in the plan, then some other plan that did allow it would have a competitive advantage on us. And so I'm like, well, I can't be competitively disadvantaged in the market. But this year we said, we're going to just do it anyways. You know what happened? I've been on broker basically tours around the country. I go to all kinds of cities, from rural Arkansas to in New Mexico to Nashville. When I say that you can't, this year, for 2026, you can't buy soda and candy, the brokers all clap. They all applaud because they all know it's bad. Everybody knows it's bad and everybody wants it to happen. And so from my perspective, the easiest thing to do is just say what you think and give your organization the permission to do the stuff that they already know is important. And if you do that, then there's a lot of things that I think that you can unlock.
This has been an incredible conversation. Thank you so much, all of you, for being brave in your own ways and your own experiences. I think any final parting thoughts before we move on to our next speaker?
I'm just going to say I'm incredibly inspired by the movement, the people. I think the collaboration. I just want to say thank you. It's an honor to be here.
I mean, I think I said this, but just to put a pin in it, it's the evidence married with the best practices that we're all learning from each other, with the patient preferences, and just bringing all that together to create the value proposition to just lean in. So we're all just leaning in to the world that, as you mentioned, we know is the right thing to do.
And the continued policy support too. Yep.
Wonderful. Thank you all so much.
And now remarks from Senator Bill Frist.
Hello, I'm Bill Frist, former Senate Majority Leader, a heart and lung transplant surgeon, and proud to serve on the Advisory Council for the Tufts Food is Medicine Institute. Let me start with this. The Tufts Institute is changing the game. It has become the world's leading force in advancing food as medicine research. It has put nutrition where it belongs, at the very center of health and health care. And it is proving through rigorous science and policy that food is indeed medicine. That enthusiasm, that conviction is why we are here today. Because the stakes could not be higher. Poor nutrition is now the leading risk factor for death and disability in America. It's worse than tobacco, worse than alcohol, worse than opioids. It drains $1.1 trillion from our economy every year in medical cost and lost productivity. Let me just take one example from my medical practice, type 2 diabetes. Largely preventable, largely treatable with nutrition, and yet it costs the federal government nearly $200 billion a year. That's more than the annual budgets of many entire agencies. And still, as a nation, we're failing on nutrition. On the Healthy Eating Index, Americans score only 58 out of 100. No age group, no demographic scores even above the mid-60s. That's a failing grade. And the result, and I've seen this firsthand as a doctor, is chronic disease. It's more suffering, and it's all the associated unsustainable cost. We're also learning more every day about the destructive impact of ultra-processed foods. Convenient, of course, but devastating to our health. Now here's the hopeful side. Nutrition works. Food is medicine is not a slogan, it's a science. The right foods prevent chronic disease. They treat illness. They can even reverse conditions like diabetes and heart disease. We have now proven that medically tailored meals reduce hospital readmissions. They speed recovery after surgery. They empower patients to take charge of their health. And the evidence is overwhelming. Food as medicine programs improve health and health care and save money. You know, that's why the momentum we see across the country excites me, personally as a doctor and as a former policymaker. Today, more than ever, Washington, D.C. is shining a new light on prevention of chronic disease. Federal and state governments are acting. Health systems and insurers are innovating. Nonprofits are leading on the ground. Yet the movement is here. But we cannot stop now because major barriers remain. We see them. Most Americans still cannot access food as medicine therapies. Coverage is limited. Payment systems are fragmented. Coordination is lacking. And that's why this summit matters, why your being here matters. And that is why the work of the Food as Medicine Institute matters so much. So I challenge every leader here today. Commit to scaling food as medicine. Push for coverage. Invest in research. Encourage others to do so. Build the infrastructure. Let's make nutrition a core part of health care, accessible to every person, every patient, in every community, regardless of income or zip code. This is our moment to transform healthcare, to ease suffering and to save billions, and most importantly, to restore health and hope to millions of Americans. Now's our time. Together, let's lead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lu Wang. I'm a research assistant professor at FIMI, as a nutrition. Yeah. I'm a nutrition epidemiologist that closely study U.S. national dietary pattern and the health impact of ultra-processed food. And during my work, I often feel it challenging to translate scientific findings into actionable, clear guidance for the public. That's why I'm so thrilled to introduce our next panel. This panel will explore national dietary patterns and discuss strategies for communicating information about ultra-processed foods, additives, and health-promoting foods to the public. And this panel is moderated by Danny Nierenberg. And Danny is a world-renowned researcher, speaker, and advocate on all issues relating to our food system and agriculture. In 2013, she co-founded Food Tank, a nonprofit organization focused on building a global community for safe, healthy, nourished eaters, which has become an essential thought leader impacting the food system. Danny is also a Fredman alumni, a Peace Corps volunteer, and a recipient of the 2020 Julia Child Award. Please join me in welcoming to Danny and our distinguished panelists. Thank you.
For such a kind introduction, please give her another round of applause. While you're doing that, give yourselves a round of applause. It's the end of the day. You made it. Good job. I am so happy to be here. I want to give a huge thanks to the Food is Medicine Institute and all of the organizers. Give them another round of applause, please. This is a really important event. And I think what I like about the food is medicine sort of subject, and Dari said that this at the beginning, it's a movement, but that we just heard Dr. Frist talk about how it's a science. And those two things together are going to be what, changes the world and changes the lives of millions of people. So it's a really exciting time to be involved in all of this. I am going to go ahead and introduce our panelists, and then we'll dive into conversation because it's the end of the day and I'm standing between you and a reception. So let me go ahead. Their bios are in the program and online, and they're very famous, and you can find out lots about them. We have Neera Goren, the head of Health Information Quality and Food is Medicine at Google. Give her a round of applause. Lauren Driscoll is the founder and CEO of Nourished Give her a round of applause. Natalie Mielek is a Pennsylvania state representative representing the 40th Legislative District and a member of the Pennsylvania House Republican Caucus. Give her a round of applause. Can you say your name properly for me?
And figure out the microphone. It's Natalie Mihalik.
Mihalik, thank you. And then we have Jennifer Pomerantz, who is an associate professor at the NYU School of Global Public Health. Please give her a round of applause. All right, Lauren, you and I were standing in line at lunch, and we decided that we wanted to sort of kick off this with you giving us a sort of frame. When we're tackling behavior change and healthy eating, there's this supply and demand sort of question. Can you talk about that, in the next minute and a half?
Absolutely. Is this working? Yes.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So the title of this is Shifting the Food System. And I think automatically, at least for me, when you think about the food system, you're really thinking about the supply side of the equation. So, what is on the grocery store shelves, what's being produced, what's being distributed. But there's obviously this supply side that has huge impact on what the supply side provides. And I think that there's incredible complexity to that. And so I think there are a handful of panelists who know much more about the supply side. And whereas my company, Nourished, we're really working with individual members and patients and organizations that are really delivering food as medicine programs or food for health programs. And we're really looking to work with individuals to address the demand side. And so there are examples of the demand side that are so easy, like a social media influencer talked about cottage cheese being the very best protein for people on GLP-1s, and all of a sudden there was a run on cottage cheese. In the real world, it's a lot harder than that. I mean, people all day have been talking about, the complexity of behavior change, the complexity of how do we drive sustainable behavior change? How do we actually address, really, Dari, right at the beginning of the day, and Pam also talked about nutrition security and the various barriers that there are to nutrition security. And so it's just really important, I believe, that when we're thinking about the supply side, the demand side in the context of healthcare, that we're really thoughtful about assessing, like, what are the individual barriers for the member or the patient in front of you, and how are we going to support them? What could a dietary behavior change intervention look like that could actually really change what ends up in that person's grocery cart, despite what may be on the shelves of the grocery store?
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much noise out there. How can we make that complexity really simple for eaters to understand? So, Neera, that makes me want to turn to you, because you've really devoted this part of your career to improving communication. And when you're talking about, an influencer says cottage cheese is the best thing, go get it, that affects a lot of people. So I'm wondering how we can create ways to find more reliable information, especially in this very, very tense political environment.
Thanks, Danny. I think, we've known for years now that people are turning first to the internet for information about their health. And nutrition is a very frequently asked question. Lots of different things about nutrition. And people are finding their information in all sorts of different ways, but in the generative AI area, more and more people are turning to generative AI to get that information. And so that begs the question of, how are we thinking about information from Gen AI alongside information from other types of online modalities like influencers, which I think is very important. We've done a lot of work. Victor talked about some of the work we've done on Credible Sources, on YouTube, et cetera. In generative AI, when you think about the quality of the information that you're getting, it really comes down to two things. One is, what is the data that is informing that model? And two, what is the evaluation approach that you're taking to ensure the responses that model is giving keeps getting better and better and better? And what does better look like? And I think that in nutrition, one of the things that's actually very complex is that it is a very nuanced field of science. And this is, Victor talked about this too, but this is why we decided to start with nutrition. I mean, there were many, many different reasons. Obviously, I think just the primary goal of improving nutrition information, because it is the leading cause of morbidity and mortality, is a key reason. Another reason is, can you tackle this very complex, nuanced field of information? And I think one of the things that we're discovering in this process is that it's just as important for a model to give the quote right answer when there's a right answer, as it is important that the model gives a nuanced answer when there is no right answer. And I think that empowering the user with and trusting them to be able to handle that nuance, I think is extremely, extremely important. And I think setting that standard in the field of information, particularly public health information, is something that we can lead the way on with generative AI and really bring that spectrum of information in a field to the public in a high quality way.
Yeah, nuance has been so lost, I think, over the last 10 months, sorry. Yes. But it's true, and I think we need to bring that back in everything that we do. When science and academia are attacked, though, this makes your job that much harder, because science and technology are such a, they go hand in hand. How do you handle that when you're trying to do this work?
Yeah, so we, back to kind of the evaluation approach, we think about various different dimensions like accuracy, usefulness, comprehensiveness, safety. And, when you think about accuracy and you're thinking about the factuality of an answer. One of the things that's been really important to keep in mind as we've been doing this work is that an answer may be aligned with consensus, but it may not be aligned with the best available evidence to date. Or it may be aligned with the best available evidence to date, but it's not aligned with consensus. And how do you think about that dichotomy? What is our perspective is that being aligned with the best available evidence to date is the most important piece. And saying that, right? And saying when there is conflicting evidence, back to the nuanced piece. But one of the things that I think is really important to do in this evaluation approach is pull apart these dimensions of what is a high quality response, what is high quality information, what are all those different dimensions that are at play here. I think that starts to make the process easier, to get to that the optimal information that's really going to empower people to make the right choices for their health.
And ultimately more democratic somehow too. I love it. Jennifer, if I can turn to you, I want to talk about something that's been brought up several times today, the GRAS system, which refers to a pathway for ingredients generally recognized as safe. That's been in place since the 1950s. And I'm wondering if you can talk about, it has both strengths and limitations, but it needs to be modernized, right?
Yeah, and I think it's super relevant because what people are generally eating are ultra-processed foods, which are characterized by these industrial ingredients. And why are we here? In 1958, Congress passed this law, the Food Additives Amendment, and it divided ingredients into GRAS, generally recognized as safe, and food additives. But it defined food additives as not GRAS. So we don't have a definition of GRAS or food additives. So the food companies decide which is what. And so what we see is there are two phases to our ingredients. The first is pre-market, before the ingredient's actually on the shelves. Basically, the food companies can decide that their ingredient is a food additive. They go through a required pre-market review. The FDA reviews the evidence, promulgates a regulation. It's transparent, and they have the safety data reviewed. The other avenue is GRAS, generally recognized as safe. The science is supposed to be the same, but there are two pathways the industry can take. First, they can take a voluntary review where they voluntarily submit data to the FDA and the FDA reviews it. The industry is looking for a no questions letter, a letter saying that they're not questioning the safety. But the FDA might not agree and say that we don't agree that this is safe. What happens is the food industry can withdraw its petition and go to market anyway and put the ingredients in the food. That's the good news, okay? The bad news is that 99% of ingredients don't do either of these things. They go through what's called the GRAS loophole. You've heard it a million times. The industry is self-grassing. They self-designate ingredient as GRAS, and they put it in the food supply. This is supposed to be based on science. They use what are called GRAS panels. Unfortunately, 100% of the panelists have financial conflicts of interest. And so 99% of the ingredients are entering the food supply without any FDA oversight, without any public knowledge, and they're now the ingredients in the food supply. Then and food labels don't save us here because what happens is they use generic terms, they use flavors, right? Flavors, that's a lot of self-GRAS ingredients are called flavors. And also, frankly, they can put something in that has cancer risk, for example, because it's called the Delaney Clause, which is supposed to protect us from cancer, only applies to food additives. So this is a concerning issue. And then we have post-market. Post-market means the ingredients are in the food supply. Now what? FDA has full authority to review it. However, there's no well-resourced, rigorous, or comprehensive pathway for the FDA to review the ingredients already in the food supply. Now, couple this with the fact that they don't even know about so many ingredients in the food supply. How are they going to review those? And even when they do know about harmful ingredients, it takes decades to remove. So industrial trans fat, 30 years to remove it after we knew that it caused health harms. brominated vegetable oil, 53 years. So we are really in a system of huge gaps. I know I'm not getting the claps like Andy, like Mr. Park, because
I'll clap for you.
I'm saying it's scary. I'm the doom and gloom speaker today. So
No.
the good news, this is for the first time, the good news is we're actually seeing states and the federal government looking to close this grass loophole. This is the first time in history. The states are on board. The federal government's actually on board. The MAHA movement is correctly saying they're going to close grass loophole. So we do have some hope that something that can be done.
Thanks for giving it to us, real. I like it. Natalie, based on that and you know what you've heard, tell us first, you know, I think sort of how concerned are you for the eaters in your state with the grass loophole? And then what policy levers are there to fix it?
Sure. I just want to start off by saying I'm serving in my 4th term in the state legislature, and this is so much better than what I do every day. I feel like I found my people. So I'm so grateful to be a part of it today. And I know it was said earlier, only 13% of Americans are even familiar with food as medicine. Well, I want to assure you that it's way less than that in the state legislature. So we have a lot of work to do. But just to piggyback off of, you know, some of the grass things that you were saying, Jennifer, with the pre-market review, so this food additive petitions, so there has been one filed in 10 years because it is statutorily a very rigorous pre-market review. That's why nobody does it. They want to go and, you know, path of least resistance. One petition was filed, that petition was withdrawn. 756, however, have come in under the voluntary loophole, where it's, okay, the scientists that we paid to say this stuff is safe said that it's safe, so nothing to see here. I'm a former prosecutor, so I liken it to, okay, we treat chemicals, pesticides, additives, dyes, we treat them all like criminal defendants with due process rights. And it's only after they're proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, then 3 decades later, sometimes more than that, that we take it off the shelves or even make an attempt to take it off the shelves. European Union, Australia, Canada, a lot of other countries that are doing better in this field do it the opposite way. They go to the companies, they say, once you show us that it is safe, then you can sell it. And we're doing it backwards in America. So I've been working on bills, and I would say, you know, pre-MAHA and post-MAHA area. The good news there is not much changed politically, even with, you know, it becoming, you know, a Republican policy priority under that MAHA umbrella. I had about 40 co-sponsors last session. So this was like the pre-MAHA era, and it was just a couple of what I call like low-hanging organic fruit bills. This was like get rid of Red 3 and propylparaben, and, you know, some of these ones that are, I think, more widely known. This session, I've done an entire package. It's called Healthy PA, and it covers the grass loophole. It goes into regenerative farming, incentivizing cover crops, getting rid of the dyes, tackling what's going on in our school cafeterias, because that's a whole different set of laws. And in Pennsylvania, if you're addressing the additives or the dyes or the pesticides, that's all in the agriculture code. But if you want to tackle what's going on in our schools, that's in the ed code. So it's a very siloed, much in the way of, you know, healthcare. It's this siloed system, and we know that it can't be siloed. Just if we close the grass loophole, it's not going to get us out of this chronic disease mess. So I have my handy little prop. I'm not allowed to use props in the house, but I figured I could use one here.
Get it.
I call it the $1 trillion tree, and I'm sorry, I don't have any graphic knowledge whatsoever, but I made it myself. We're so focused on what's going on the leaves and branches, cancer, diabetes, hypertension, fatty liver disease, obesity, all these things, and we're never addressing the root causes. And what's attacking our roots are these toxins. What's attacking the roots are these chemicals going through the grass loophole, PFAS, all of these things. So when I'm talking to, you know, my fellow legislators, and when I'm really talking to anyone, we're just talking about how to, you know, get this message to the public. This has become my handy tool, because we're spending $5 trillion every year up here and zero down here. And I think that's really where we need to focus the money. And that's why food is medicine is so important, because that can really get to the root causes of these chronic diseases and in turn save literally trillions of dollars.
Absolutely. And this tree is resonating with people you talk to who you normally wouldn't agree with.
Oh, the tree resonates with everybody.
Great.
And it was actually one of my constituents named it. I had it before I figured out how to do it on the computer. I had just drawn it and I pulled it out of my desk and I said, we're spending all this money up here. And because she asked me, what am I doing? Why am I, not doing this, and this? That's why I like being here today. But I was talking, she said, oh, that's your $1 trillion tree? And she said it, I think sarcastically. And I was like, ooh, $1 trillion tree. But it's helped me communicate with both sides of the aisle. Like I said, I have 50 co-sponsors on the Healthy PA package, and we're pretty split evenly down the middle.
Just staying with you for like one more minute about the silo breaking that's necessary. Can you talk a little bit about how you're doing that in your work?
Yeah. So, I mean, and it does look very much like healthcare. There's 10,000 issues, right, in healthcare and legislation and whatever it is. And I could go, from a meeting on victims of domestic violence to the budget to energy policy. I think this needs to be a priority. And that's where it's been difficult to elevate it to that next level, because there are so many other issues. And I will say, it was refreshing to hear so many positive comments in this field, because there is progress being made. It is part of a mainstream conversation like it's never been before. I feel like I was like one of the original crunchy moms, and people have been looking at me like I've had, 4 heads. But now that it's, on, I think it's on the news regularly. It's on our minds that I can have these conversations and take a deeper dive. But the opposition is very much aware. So while it was refreshing to hear of all the progress being made, and how I think the visual put up earlier was, lifting that boulder up the hill. There are people standing at the top of the hill trying to push that boulder back down.
Absolutely.
And they come out like clockwork. Anytime I introduce a bill, anytime I have a press conference, anytime I'm on the news for any of this stuff, they come out, they try to pick off my co-sponsors. They try to make sure that they're going to leadership to make certain that these bills don't get across the finish line.
It's difficult. It's complex, like we talked about before. One thing that I've been thinking about is, obviously, there's this need to get ultra-processed foods off shelves and help eaters make better choices. But there are unintended and negative consequences to doing this. And I wonder if we can talk about those, because we're trying to help shift diets without giving people the alternative right now. So what are you finding in your work that makes this so difficult? The unintended consequences, Lauren.
Yeah. So, well, I think it's just that there are so many people in our country who really have never had the benefit of exposure to healthy food. We sadly hear all the time things like, wow, I never really knew what a cauliflower was. And even if I did, I wouldn't have bought it, because if I didn't like it, it would have been a waste of money. And so I think it's so important that we do give people exposure to healthy food. And because otherwise, the science of nutrition just feels obscure, because their day-to-day life has been so inundated with the marketing of ultra-processed food and the nostalgic attachment to ultra-processed food that they've been eating for decades with their family, that if we don't give people firsthand experience and sort of in the context of experiential education, it can just be practically impossible to really experience a paradigm shift and therefore behave differently in the world. We talk a lot when we deliver interventions that are very much like Anne on the prior panel discussed going through. We love to hit a moment where we've provided healthy food to someone, we've made it really easy for them to experience the benefits of healthy food, where they have sort of an aha moment, like, wow, I didn't realize that had I been eating different kinds of food, more fruits and vegetables, less processed food, that I'd have more energy, that I'd, be happier. And so I think that, firsthand experience is really critical.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned something I think that's really important is like, and this was brought up in previous panels, we have to remove the shame and the blame and the guilt. And I think that's an unintended consequence when we talk about ultra processed food. How do we remove that in a way that, makes people feel joyful and feel empowered through communication, through, all the things that you all are doing?
I would just say that it's actually the industry. Let's start pointing our finger at the people that we should be pointing our finger at. And it's the food industry. It's nobody's fault on the cost, the access. None of it is controllable by most people. The food industry is the one that's controlling the food supply. They police themselves. The examples that what I was explaining to you is a food industry that polices itself. And so I think we have to put the spotlight on that. And that's who's supplying our food.
And I actually think that's being reflected in the data in terms of what we're seeing online with searches, is that there really is kind of a desire by the public to move towards eating whole foods. There's kind of this waking up that's happening right now that people want to move away from ultra processed foods, that they're waking up to that it's ultra processed foods that are, it's not that it's the stigma doesn't sit with me, it sits with the companies that are producing these foods, right? I actually think that's being reflected in some of the trends we're seeing in queries, in different queries in this space. And so I think that's something that we can use and harness and use to really help people move in that right direction.
Helping people move in that right direction requires cultural sensitivity and cultural relevance, and that's often difficult in some of these, and I mean this in the best way, cookie cutter approaches to food as medicine. How do we make sure that we're, meeting communities' needs, that we're suiting them the best that we can?
We feel very, very strongly about that. A lot of people talk today about the importance of developing trust with people, and I think one of the best ways to develop trust is to treat them with respect and make sure you're being responsive in terms of what's culturally responsive. And so, for example, we have a wonderful partnership with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Minnesota, and we work with a number of, we have a maternal health program, and we have a large percentage of the members who are Somali. It was incredibly important that we actually partner with community-based organizations who the Somali birthing members had trust in, and who could actually produce food that was culturally responsive. And, the engagement rates went through the roof. And so I think being able to really activate local food ecosystems, work with the community-based organizations whom people naturally trust because they're part of their community is absolutely critical.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you. And Neera, building on that, how can we make sure that generative AI is, sorry, we know where my expertise is. Can you talk about how diverse perspectives and populations can be included in that kind of, generative AI, tool development?
It's such an important question. And it's actually, we have a whole team that works on that specific area. So I talked a little bit about some of the dimensions that we use to think about quality, but there are many other dimensions that go into quality. And part of that is cultural inclusion, making sure that it's globally applicable. And I think this is going to be, even more important as we think about personalization and kind of the path forward for these models as they can be more and more attuned to the user's needs. So I think it's largely similar to what I talked about before in terms of, pulling apart these different dimensions and thinking about that comprehensive evaluative approach. Yes, you need to assess it from kind of the bird's eye perspective, but you also need to go down into the details and really tease apart those pieces. And many of those pieces do have to do with localization, personalization, cultural inclusion, etc.
Right, absolutely. Now, Natalie, if I can turn to you, how do you think about that in your work, making sure that, your different constituencies, their needs are being met as laws are being made that will affect, their nutrition and health?
Yeah, I go back to the statistic that only 10% of your health outcome will be tied to your medical care. So it all goes to social determinants of health and meeting people where they are. So your outcomes are going to be determined by your zip code, your salary, the color of your skin. And this is just our reality in the United States. So I have to make sure that when we are developing these policies that we can meet people where they are. And that's why I think that data metric itself is so important. And if anybody wants to share data with me, because that's one of the things that I've struggled with in Pennsylvania is actually getting accurate up-to-date data for some of these questions. So if we do get rid of, I was looking for the gentleman that was talking about, he cut, soda and candy from the medical benefits. If we do that, what does that look like in terms of cost savings? Because that is really, I think, what's going to drive us to that next level is showing the actual savings for this, because it's not enough to just ban a couple of ingredients. It's not enough to ban a pesticide. We really need to wrap our arms around the costs of all of this. And I think, one of the other aspects is really like the quality of life issue. And that's a big way that I talk to my constituents about it, and people all across Pennsylvania, frankly, just that, quality of life. Yes, we're saving money. Yes, you can possibly add years to your life, but you're also having more of those quality years.
Yeah, I'm sure that really resonates. Do you see states like Pennsylvania, do you see this this trickle up effect that will reach the federal government from the policies and ideas that you're coming up with?
We've absolutely seen a trickle effect. And on that, I do want to make mention, I was in DC last week lobbying against some preemption language that's out there. There is some language being floated around to prevent states from acting in this area, from passing bills having to do with food safety, having to do with additives, chemicals. And I think it's so important for states to retain their right to do so and protect their citizens firsthand. Not only because that is our constitutional duty, is to protect public health, but also it does have a trickle up effect to the federal government. We've seen, it really affecting the industry. West Virginia being the first state to actually get that, banned food dyes across the board taking effect in 2027. You're starting to see companies now, they're matching that date. Walmart most recently came out last week with a big announcement. So I think what we're doing at the state level absolutely affects not only federal policy, but the industry, what's going on in the industry as well.
Yeah, it's really sparking a lot. Do the rest of you see that kind of policy change happening or industry change happening?
Well, yes, absolutely. Encouraged by what many people have said here, that there hasn't been that much of a shift in philosophy from the Biden administration now to the Trump administration with respect to the work that we're talking about. And I also think something we haven't talked about here, there's another sort of unique aspect of where we are right now, and that is the healthcare industry is sort of reeling right now. The cost trends in healthcare are just skyrocketing, and you see, the stock price of United Healthcare and Centene dropped by like 50%. And so in a sense, I loved hearing Ed Park talk earlier about how can we not afford to address food and nutrition, because if you think about it, healthcare's got to have a reckoning at some point where it's like what we've been doing all along, paying for reactive sick care, for more services, for more procedures that are addressing diet-related disease, and we're not actually addressing diet. They've got to realize it's not working. And in fact, things are getting worse. So my hope is that this $5 trillion industry will make themselves known, in the federal policy landscape.
Sure, thank you. Jennifer, what policies are you seeing sort of, come up across the country?
Yeah, I would note that California's 2023 law, I think, sparked that national conversation. So I really do want to highlight how important not preempting states is, especially since we are seeing the states now starting to lead the efforts in defining ultra-processed foods. Some definitions are not great, but some are actually really good. And so, and the federal government said that they're going to consider defining ultra-processed foods. And this is really important for research, but also for policy. In order to enact policy, we need definitions. So that's kind of the new things. We see dozens and dozens of states banning the dyes and in schools and across in the states. I love Texas's law that requires a warning label for about 44 additives that are banned in other countries. So we're seeing the most innovative things happening at the state level. New York had a bill that would have had it didn't pass, but it would have had a database of all the ingredients that were self-GRAS. You would be required to disclose the self-GRAS ingredients to sell those foods in New York. I mean, how great of a law would that have been? And then, of course, that would impact the entire nation because companies aren't going to, create a food supply simply for New York. So yeah, the states are really the leaders right now.
Absolutely. Neera, any thoughts on states and their leadership on these issues and their use of AI?
It's not something that we've really explored, but I do think that just general improvement of the information that you're getting from, from generative AI, whether that's with Google or others, I think will be helpful in informing policy. I think that if this is the trend of the future for information gathering, it remains critical across the board, no matter who the user is, that the information is the highest quality information that it can be.
Sure. I'm going to go over time a little bit, everyone, because I want to stay with you for a minute. I think, we've talked about MAHA a lot today and, the role of influencers. As generative AI, improves and information improves, how can you sort of counteract the misinformation of, some of, the MAHA moms and others that, feel very strongly about the information they're putting out there, but it's not always the correct information?
Yeah, I think that this is something that we've, just back to some of the things that we've talked about before, when you think about information, you think about the source and you think about the content. And we've done a lot of work on kind of identifying the credibility of the source and leveraging the framework that NAM put out to identify when information is from a credible source. And we've launched various products at Google kind of off the back of that. But we know that, even credible sources can put out information that is not always high quality. Sure. So just to put it in that way too, you can have a credible source that puts out information that's not high quality, and you can have a source that maybe wouldn't fall into the definition of credibility that puts out information that's very high quality, right? So I think it actually really comes down to the content itself, which is actually, what I was saying in the intro to Victor, like what the authors in the first paper actually said. They said, look, defining the credibility of the source is a very good first step in this journey, but it's not the ultimate goal here. And so when you think about that large scale content evaluation and you think about where we're getting to with generative AI, you start to think about auto raters and different types of large scale ways that we can start to essentially, fact check different types of content and make that more available to the public. I think that there's, potentially a pathway there. But I think that I guess I would say just directionally, we're moving in the right direction to say, look, really what we're trying to get at is this content, is this information the best available information that we can provide to you?
Absolutely. In our final minute here, Congressmember McGovern mentioned it was really important for us all to remember the little wins. And so based on that, I'm wondering if you can leave the audience at the end of this great day where we've all learned so much with a call to action. So I'll start at your end.
My call to action would be anybody that does. I know there are a number of you in here that do have touch points in Congress, is to just keep them abreast of what the states are doing, because we have made tremendous progress, and let them know that preemption language is out there. That's my big ask today, is for the states to retain their rights to work in this space.
Thank you, Jennifer.
I guess I would actually go say the same thing, because I think it's so important, and preemption really takes away the authority of state and local governments, and they always have been the leaders for public health. And even if the federal government acts, it does not need to act alone. There are still going to be gaps at the federal level that the states can fill. So it's really just super important to allow those activities to go on.
Thank you, Lauren.
I would say for the early adopter health plans, like the former panelists, keep doing that early adoption and keep helping those of us who are delivering programs evaluate, use your claims data. Let's really show that this is actually working, that we can actually drive medical savings that pay for the program within the contract year. And for those of you, health plans who are not early adopters, follow the early adopters.
That's great. Neera.
I've spoken a lot today about nutrition information quality, but we recognize that that is not the only thing that's going to get us to success in this space. We recognize that access and agriculture and culinary agency are all really, really critical to this puzzle. And so if you have ideas about how generative AI can be used to solve pain points in any of those areas, get in touch.
That's great. Thank you. Give them a round of applause. Stay right here for a second. What a great day. I know there's a final speaker, but before we leave this panel, I want to mention that Food Tank and the Food is Medicine Institute are hosting our next event on Capitol Hill. It's a bipartisan luncheon series for policymakers and their staffers. It will take place on October 29th and focus on ultra-processed foods. Please go to foodtank.com or the Food is Medicine Institute website for more information, or grab me or Dari or anyone else, Emily, and ask us more, but we hope to see you there. Thank you so much.
All right, everybody. Well, I just wanted to take a moment again to thank all of our incredible speakers who joined us here today. We're closing out day one, and that means we're going to say goodbye to our virtual participants who have joined us from the live stream. We had 1,000 people tune in today over live stream, and so just an incredible turnout. Of course, all of our discussions today are going to be available on our website. You'll be able to find them and listen to them again and listen to the incredible advice. And I think relive some of the energy that we heard today, which is so important to do. So I will give a few thank yous. The first, again, to our speakers for energizing us, for being brave, for giving us some new ideas. The second thank you that I want to give is to our sponsors. So we mentioned before, these our sponsors are what help us have our space today, the delicious food, the space that we're renting tomorrow, the ability to do a live stream. So thank you very much again. Dean Economos and the Friedman School for hosting us here today. Always an incredible event. And so thank you for that. We had 8 volunteers, student volunteers. You kept us on task. Thank you for all of your help. And last but not least, I have to thank Lexi Cole. So Lexi, thank you for everything you did. Lexi actually kept time last year as a volunteer, as a student volunteer, and now she's leading this event. Wonderful. Thank you. And thank you to all of you in the room. So I have 2 asks of you. The first is, please make a connection with someone you don't know before you leave today, whether it's online through our chat room or here in the room. We've got a reception for those of you here following my remarks, which I'll keep very brief. So please make some connections. And the second thing is talk to someone else outside of this group about what you heard today. It's really important that we keep this momentum going. And I think what you've heard loud and clear is that food touches everything that we do. There is an opportunity to make a difference here. There is an opportunity to make small actions. So talk to someone about what can be done and encourage growth of the movement. Thank you.